The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BrentPatrick, Markham, Ontario, January 30th, 2023. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitely settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my good will. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack, but in the matter of old wines he was sincere. In this respect I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man was motley. He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible. And in the middle of the carnival?" "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain." "Amontillado?" "I have my doubts." "Amontillado!" "And I must satisfy them." "Amontillado!" "As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchesi. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, "Lucchesi cannot tell Amontillado from sherry." And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. "Come, let us go." "Whither?" "To your vaults." "My friend, no, I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchesi—" "I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado! You have been imposed upon, and as for Lucchesi, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado." Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelaire closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the monstrous. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe," said he. "It is farther on," said I, "but observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. "Niter?" he asked at length. "Niter," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision. "We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese." "Enough," he said. "The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough." "True, true," I replied, "and indeed I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. A draught of this medic will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. "Drink," I said, presenting him the wine. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried that repose around us." "And I to your long life." He again took my arm, and we proceeded. "These vaults," he said, "are extensive." "The monstrous," I replied, "were a great and numerous family." "I forget your arms." "A huge human foot d'or, in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel." "And the motto?" "Nemo me impune lacasset." "Good," he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the inmost recesses of catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. "The nitre," I said. "See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it is too late. Your cough." "It is nothing," he said. "Let us go on, but first another draught of the Medoc." I broke and reached him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. "You do not comprehend," he said. "Not I," replied. "Then you are not of the Brotherhood." "How?" "You are not of the Masons." "Yes, yes," I said. "Yes, yes." "You? Impossible. A Mason?" "A Mason," I replied. "A sign," he said. "A sign." "It is this," I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire. "You jest," he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. "But let us proceed to the Amontillado." "Be it so," I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt, in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead, in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th side the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depth of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. "Proceed," I said. "Herein is the Amontillado. As for Lucchesi—" "He is an ignoramus," interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. "Pass your hand," I said, "over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more let me implore you to return. No? Then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power." "The Amontillado!" ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. "True," I replied, "the Amontillado." As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of the masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished, without interruption, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamorer grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "Ha ha ha! He 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 he! A very good joke indeed, an excellent jest. We shall have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo. He he he! Over our wine. He he he!" "The Amontillado?" I said. "He he he he! Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will they not be waiting us at the palazzo? The Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said, "let us be gone." "For the love of God, Montressor." "Yes," I said, "for the love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato?" No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in reply only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. End of the Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe.
Charles Ashmore's Trail by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. Charles Ashmore's Trail by Ambrose Bierce. The family of Christian Ashmore consisted of his wife, his mother, 2 grown daughters, and a son of 16 years. They lived in Troy, New York, were well-to-do, respectable persons, and had many friends, some of whom, reading these lines, will doubtless learn for the first time the extraordinary fate of the young man. From Troy, the Ashmores moved in 1871 or 1872 to Richmond, Indiana, and a year or 2 later to the vicinity of Quincy, Illinois, where Mr. Ashmore bought a farm and lived on it. At some little distance from the farmhouse was a spring, with a constant flow of clear, cold water, whence the family derived its supply for domestic use at all seasons. On the evening of the 9th of November in 1878, at about 9 o'clock, young Charles Ashmore left the family circle about the hearth, took a tin bucket and started toward the spring. As he did not return, the family became uneasy, and going to the door by which he had left the house, his father called, without receiving an answer. He then lighted a lantern, and with the eldest daughter, Martha, who insisted on accompanying him, went in search. A light snow had fallen, obliterating the path, but making the young man's trail conspicuous. Each footprint was plainly defined. After going a little more than halfway, perhaps 75 yards, the father, who was in advance, halted, and elevating his lantern, stood peering intently into the darkness ahead. "What is the matter, father?" the girl asked. This was the matter. The trail of the young man had abruptly ended, and all beyond was smooth, unbroken snow. The last footprints were as conspicuous as any in the line. The very nail marks were distinctly visible. Mr. Ashmore looked upward, shading his eyes with his hat held between them and the lantern. The stars were shining. There was not a cloud in the sky. He was denied the explanation which had suggested itself, doubtful as it would have been, a new snowfall with a limit so plainly defined. Taking a wide circuit round the ultimate track so as to leave them undisturbed for further examination, the man proceeded to the spring, the girl following, weak and terrified. Neither had spoken a word of what both had observed. The spring was covered with ice, hours old. Returning to the house, they noted the appearance of the snow on both sides of the trail its entire length. No tracks led away from it. The morning light showed nothing more. Smooth, spotless, unbroken, the shallow snow lay everywhere. 4 days later, the grief-stricken mother herself went to the spring for water. She came back and related that, in passing the spot where the footprints had ended, she had heard the voice of her son and had been eagerly calling to him, wandering about the place, as she had fancied the voice to be now in one direction, now in another, until she was exhausted with fatigue and emotion. Questioned as to what the voice had said, she was unable to tell, yet averred that the words were perfectly distinct. In a moment the entire family was at the place, but nothing was heard, and the voice was believed to be an hallucination caused by the mother's great anxiety and her disordered nerves. But for months afterward, at irregular intervals of a few days, the voice was heard by the several members of the family and by others. All declared it unmistakably the voice of Charles Ashmore. All agreed that it seemed to come from a great distance, faintly, yet with entire distinctness of articulation. Yet none could determine its direction nor repeat its words. The intervals of silence grew longer and longer, the voice fainter and farther, and by midsummer it was heard no more. If anybody knows the fate of Charles Ashmore, it is probably his mother. She is dead. End of Charles Ashmore's Trail.
The Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. The Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. He was dead, the head of a high tribunal, the upright magistrate whose irreproachable life was a proverb in all the courts of France. Advocates, young counselors, judges had greeted him at sight of his large, thin, pale face, lighted up by two sparkling, deep-set eyes, bowing low in token of respect. He had passed his life in pursuing crime and in protecting the weak. Swindlers and murderers had no more redoubtable enemy, for he seemed to read the most secret thoughts of their minds. He was dead now, at the age of 82, honored by the homage and followed by the regrets of a whole people. Soldiers in red trousers had escorted him to the tomb, and men in white cravats had spoken words and shed tears that seemed to be sincere beside his grave. But here is the strange paper found by the dismayed notary in the desk where he had kept the records of great criminals. It was entitled, Why? 20th June, 1851. I have just left court. I have condemned Blondel to death. Now, why did this man kill his 5 children? Frequently, one meets with people to whom the destruction of life is a pleasure. Yes, it should be a pleasure, the greatest of all, perhaps. For is not killing the next thing to creating, to make and to destroy? These 2 words contain the history of the universe, all the history of worlds, all that is, all. Why is it not intoxicating to kill? 25th June. To think that a being is there who lives, who walks, who runs. A being? What is a being? That animated thing that bears in it the principle of motion and a will ruling that motion. It is attached to nothing, this thing. Its feet do not belong to the ground. It is a grain of life that moves on the earth. And this grain of life, coming I know not whence, one can destroy at one's will. Then nothing, nothing more. It perishes. It is finished. 26th June. Why then is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature. The mission of every being is to kill. He kills to live, and he kills to kill. The beast kills without ceasing, all day, every instant of his existence. Man kills without ceasing, to nourish himself. But since he needs, besides, to kill for pleasure, he has invented hunting. The child kills the insects he finds, the little birds, all the little animals that come in his way. But this does not suffice for the irresistible need to massacre that is in us. It is not enough to kill beasts. We must kill man, too. Long ago this need was satisfied by human sacrifices. Now the requirements of social life have made murder a crime. We condemn and punish the assassin. But as we cannot live without yielding to this natural and imperious instinct of death, we relieve ourselves from time to time by wars. Then a whole nation slaughters another nation. It is a feast of blood, a feast that maddens armies and that intoxicates civilians, women, and children who read by lamplight at night the feverish story of massacre. One might suppose that those destined to accomplish these butcheries of men would be despised. No, they are loaded with honors. They are clad in gold and in resplendent garments. They wear plumes on their heads and ornaments on their breasts. And they are given crosses, rewards, titles of every kind. They are proud, respected, loved by women, cheered by the crowd, solely because their mission is to shed human blood. They drag through the streets their instruments of death, that the passer-by, clad in black, looks on with envy. For to kill is the great law set by nature in the heart of existence. There is nothing more beautiful and honorable than killing. 30th June. To kill is the law, because nature loves eternal youth. She seems to cry in all her unconscious acts, "Quick, quick, quick!" The more she destroys, the more she renews herself. 2nd July. A human being. What is a human being? Through thought, it is a reflection of all that is. Through memory and science, it is an abridged edition of the universe whose history it represents. A mirror of things and of nations. Each human being becomes a microcosm in the macrocosm. 3rd July. It must be a pleasure, unique and full of zest, to kill. To have there before one the living, thinking being, to make therein a little hole, nothing but a little hole, to see that red thing flow which is the blood, which makes life, and to have before one only a heap of limp flesh, cold, inert, void of thought. 5th August. I who have passed my life in judging, condemning, killing by the spoken word, killing by the guillotine those who had killed by the knife. I, if I should do as all the assassins have done whom I have smitten, I who would know it. 10th August. Who would ever know? Who would ever suspect me? Me, especially if I should choose a being I had no interest in doing away with. 15 August. The temptation has come to me. It pervades my whole being. My hands tremble with the desire to kill. 22nd August. I could resist no longer. I killed a little creature as an experiment, for a beginning. Jean, my servant, had a goldfinch in a cage hung in the office window. I sent him on an errand, and I took the little bird in my hand where I felt its heart beat. It was warm. I went up to my room. From time to time I squeezed it tighter. Its heart beat faster. This was atrocious and delicious. I was near choking it, but I could not see the blood. Then I took scissors, short nail scissors, and I cut its throat with 3 slits, quite gently. It opened its bill. It struggled to escape me. But I held it. Oh, I held it. I could have held a mad dog. And I saw the blood trickle. And then I did as assassins do. Real ones. I washed the scissors. I washed my hands. I sprinkled water and took the body, the corpse, to the garden to hide it. I buried it under a strawberry plant. It will never be found. Every day I shall eat a strawberry from that plant. How one can enjoy life when one knows how. My servant cried. He thought his bird flown. How could he suspect me? 25th August. I must kill a man. I must. 30 August. It is done. But what a little thing. I had gone for a walk in the forest of Verne. I was thinking of nothing, literally nothing. A child was in the road, a little child eating a slice of bread and butter. He stops to see me pass and says, "Good day, Mr. President." And the thought enters my head, shall I kill him? I answer, "You're alone, my boy?" "Yes, sir." "All alone in the wood?" "Yes, sir." The wish to kill him intoxicated me like wine. I approached him quite softly, persuaded that he was going to run away, and suddenly I seized him by the throat. He looked at me with terror in his eyes. Such eyes! He held my wrists in his little hands, and his body writhed like a feather over the fire. Then he moved no more. I threw the body in the ditch, and some weeds on top of it. I returned home, and dined well. What a little thing it was! In the evening I was very gay, light, rejuvenated. I passed the evening at the prefect's. They found me witty, but I have not seen blood. I am tranquil. 31st August. The body has been discovered. They are hunting for the assassin. 1st September. 2 tramps have been arrested. Proofs are lacking. 2nd September. The parents have been to see me. I wept. 6th October. Nothing has been discovered. Some strolling vagabond must have done the deed. If I had seen the blood flow, It seems to me I should be tranquil now. The desire to kill is in my blood. It is like the passion of youth at 20. 20th October. Yet another. I was walking by the river after breakfast, and I saw under a willow a fisherman asleep. It was noon. A spade was standing in a potato field nearby, as if expressly for me. I took it. I returned. I raised it like a club, and with one blow of the edge I cleft the fisherman's head. Oh, he bled, this one. Rose-colored blood. It flowed into the water, quite gently. And I went away with a grave step. If I had been seen, I should have made an excellent assassin. 25th October. The affair of the fisherman makes a great stir. His nephew, who fished with him, is charged with the murder. 26th October. The examining magistrate affirms that the nephew is guilty. Everybody in town believes it. 27th October. The nephew makes a very poor witness. He had gone to the village to buy bread and cheese, he declared. He swore that his uncle had been killed in his absence. Who would believe him? 28th October. The nephew has all but confessed. They have badgered him so. Justice. 15th November. There are overwhelming proofs against the nephew, who was his uncle's heir. I shall preside at the sessions. 25th January. To death, to death, to death. I have had him condemned to death. The Advocate General spoke like an angel. Yet another. I shall go to see him executed. 10th March. It is done. They guillotined him this morning. He died very well, very well. That gave me pleasure. How fine it is to see a man's head cut off. Now I shall wait. I can wait. It would take such a little thing to let myself be caught. The manuscript contained yet other pages, but without relating any new crime. Alienist physicians to whom the awful story has been submitted declare that there are in the world many undiscovered madmen, as adroit and as much to be feared as this monstrous lunatic. End of the Diary of a Madman.
The Edge of the Shadow by R. Ernest Depew. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Tale of Dire Occult Evil. The Edge of the Shadow by R. Ernest Depew. That you should believe this would be remarkable. I have no explanation. Limited knowledge I have, and hearsay for the rest. The hearsay at first I did not believe, but when the man who lifted the curtain had gone west, and he was the hard-headed soldier man, I wondered. For his going, when one takes everything into consideration, fitted in. And to that at least I can bear witness. We were lying in our dugout in Remain, waiting for 0 hour. Outside, Fritz's counter-preparation was messing things up considerably. Through an instant's lull came the long-drawn howl of a dog, if it was a dog, and something scratched and slithered into the sturdy logs of our shelter. A spray of shrapnel, perhaps. "It's calling me," was all that he said. I can see his face and the quizzical lift of his eyebrows in the glare of our gasoline lanterns. We were motorized artillery and did things in style. And as I returned his stare, his yarn, forgotten for 2 years, came back. He had to go out a few minutes later to check up data at the guns, and when we found him in the daunting, a splinter, or something, had ripped away his throat. Nothing else. But even now, when a dog gives dismal tongue to the quiet of night, I feel my hackles rise, and the ice creep up my backbone, and I wonder. It was a book that had made him open up to me in the first place. A book called Dracula. Ever read it? No? Well, sometime, when you want a good crawly chill, look it over. He had noticed it on a shelf one night when he had dropped in at my quarters for a chat, sometime before we went into the war. And he asked me what I thought of it. He didn't pay much attention to my opinion, I guess, but sat there sucking his pipe and nodding while I talked. And then he said, "I scraped against the edge of that stuff, just the edge. It's not so good." Now, he wasn't at all the type of man that one would link up with that sort of yarn. And for that reason, it made all the more impression on me. He didn't attempt any explanation either, just told it as it struck him. And do not get the idea that he was boasting of his conquest. I didn't know the girl, never would know her, and we had been friends too long for him to fear that I might blab. His thoughts had just come to a boil, I imagine, looking at the book and bringing back the thing, so he had to get it out of his system. It seems that he had met her in a casual way, but first glance had been like the fire in tow. Headlong they went into it, with open eyes, a well-matched pair. She must have been a wonder, a Russian with all the Slavic grasp of the Ars Amandi, one moment all fire and passion, and the next an iceberg. A thoroughbred, too. Gone wrong, if you will, but always a thoroughbred. And he was my friend. Not that he elaborated on their adventure. I simply filled in my mind's eye, the brief, bold outline he blocked out. The climax came one night when they were riding. They had had several nocturnal prowls on horseback, I gathered, brief intervals of dalliance. This night they took a trail that was new to both. Imagine them jogging side by side, the August moon rising over the treetops, throwing the mass of foliage into deep relief, great blocks of velvet blackness against the cloudless sky. Above them, fields shining silver in the moonlight. The shadows swallowed them up as the trail twisted into the woods, the man leading, his white-shirted back gleaming vaguely to the woman following close, the horses picking their way up hill and down. Through the brush and trees the trail ran, now sloping upward, on hillsides whose inky depths defied the faint moonlight, now plunging in woodland pockets. I could feel the gloom that closed them in as he talked. A tangible thing, seemingly, ever surrounding, yet ever giving way before their advance, until at last they broke through to a moonlit plateau, and cantered together over the swelling ridges, to draw rein on the very crest of the cliff. Below them the lowland spread in tawny languor, till they touched the silver-flashing edge of the moon-swept sea on the horizon. Behind them, the swale of plateau ran clear to the curtain of the woods. And then, he said, they decided to explore further. Again they entered the woods. This time a clump of trees guarded by a fringe of stunted, desolate-looking deadwood. And somehow the air felt different. There was a chill and dankness about it he had not noticed in the other woods. The girl shivered. Up a slight incline, and then into the open again, and on their right a dark mass, the gloomy pile of a deserted house, its empty windows black, leering dead eyes, and moonlight heaping fantastic shadows about its front and through the ruins of what had once been a noble porte-cochere. A bit of broken pane in one of the lower windows flickered eerily in the moon rays. The girl brought her animal close to his, her eyes shielded with one hand as she passed the house with averted head. "What's the matter, dear?" he choked. "Afraid that you will see the goblins holding carnival inside?" But she only cowered closer to the saddle, and that was so odd, so different from her usual bold demeanor, that it chilled him. And then something, vague, unformed, brushed between them. He felt it touch his boot, he said. The girl screamed. The horses plunged, and she wheeled her beast, crowding the man into the brush as she spurred past him. He followed, only to see her throw her horse once more onto its haunches as she turned again, squarely in front of the house. And the thought passed through his mind of the house as a finite being, an unclean object squatting there inside its circle of blasted trees. He rode up beside her as she sat, with staring eyes and heaving breasts. And to his question she answered simply, "It is the end," she said. And then her mood changed, and her lips sought his, and covered them with voluptuous kisses. "Dismount," she whispered. I could see the perspiration gathering on his forehead as he told this part, although his voice never changed. "Dismount," she coaxed again. Her lips caressed his throat. Her arms were about him now as they pressed closely, the horses jammed against one another. "We are going in there together, dear boy." And the white teeth touched his flesh, and through him passed a wave of pure terror. "I'm damned if we are," he snapped, and tearing himself loose, snatched at her bridle, and urged the horse into a gallop. He didn't remember how they got out, he said. The horses must have found the way. All he could remember was a rush through the restraining underbrush, the girl sobbing as they went, until at last they broke through to the high road and sanity. That night she told me her story, told him with his arms around her, and he quivered now and then at the telling, and once, as a dog howled somewhere in the distance, he pushed her from him for a moment. She understood and laughed, though the tears were close beneath. She was 12, she said, when the terror first came to her. In her home on the Dniester, almost in the shadow of the Carpathians, a feudal hold whose foundations went back to time immemorial. One wing was forbidden territory, blocked off from the rest of the old castle it was, with its own tiny court, the only entrance a door giving from the east tower to the courtyard. The gatekeeper, old Portal, was the only human she had ever seen go through its entrance. Playing with her jacks one afternoon, she found the courtyard door open, and with the curiosity of a child overcoming the strict injunction, had slipped in. It was late, and the rays of the setting sun were striking the massive tower door. Sitting on the lintel she idly threw the jackstones against the oak. Deeper the shadows grew except for one bright spot, at the height of a man's head, where the sunlight struck. Once again she carelessly tossed the jacks against the door. There was a rattle and stir inside, and with a creaking groan the door swung inward, and the child found herself staring at something that lurked and mewed in the opaque shadow. Startled, she rose to her feet, and it rose too, and stood with head and shoulders framed in the light of the dying sun, gazing down on her. Terror froze the girl, for through the dusk she could see the body of the thing that should not have been, and she cowered there. It bent toward her, and she felt herself picked up in arms that were not human, crushing against a form not human, while the face that was human but should not have been blew its fetid breath upon her. In a voice rasping and metallic, like no human voice, it spoke, in a horrid, unforgettable monotone that thrilled and bit deep into her brain. "You have come to me of your own free will. You have called me. Again will I come to you, and yet again. And you shall belong to me, body and soul, to do my bidding for the ages and ages to come." One arm forced the girl's head back, passing over her neck a dreadful caress. The face bent over her throat, and slavering lips touched her skin. The pointed teeth pressed against her flesh. Came one shriek of terror from her, and then oblivion. She was 16 when she met the terror again, riding through the woods near Gargenstein with her cousin Ivan, the pair of them madly in love. She had felt the icy blast of a wave of horror, and sensed the shadowy thing that loped on all fours by her stirrup, its hot breath on her boot, and the touch of fearsome lips on its leather. All that evening she had cowered in her room, gazing at the boot that lay where she had flung it, a broad white mark blasted on its shining surface. For she was certain then, she told him, that what they had said was a terrible dream 4 years ago had been no dream at all. Ivan, called to the colors the next day by the mobilization, lay, a few months later, a sprawling corpse in a blood-soaked morass of the Murzian lake, she told him. Whether or not my friend ever saw the girl again, that I don't know. At any rate, he never mentioned the thing to me from that day until the night he died. So there the matter lies. I cannot give any explanation. Perhaps you can. But the howl of a dog at night annoys me. The end of The Edge of the Shadow by R. Ernest Depew.
Flowering Evil by Margaret St. Clair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Flowering Evil by Margaret St. Clair. Read by Quartertone. Like all her other plants from far-off worlds, Aunt Amy hoped the Venusian Rambler would win a prize. It hoped so too. Captain Bjornson shook a grizzled head. "I never saw a plant I liked the looks of less," he said. "I don't know how he got it through the planetary plant quarantine. You take my advice, Amy, and watch out for it." He took another of the little gila nut cookies from the quaint old lucite platter and bit into it appreciatively. Mrs. Dinsmore sniffled. "I don't know what you're driving at," she said coldly, "or why you're so prejudiced against my poor little rambler. You know perfectly well that Robert would never send me anything the least bit dangerous." Captain Bjornson paused, with another cookie halfway to his lips, and looked at her. "Wouldn't send you anything dangerous?" he exclaimed. "Why, Amy, have you forgotten how your face was swelled up for 2 weeks from that tree cutting he sent you? The doctor said it was a contact poison worse than sumac, and he tried to get you to go to the hospital. What about the time that cactus from Blue Desert went to seed, and I spent 36 hours picking spines out of you? What about—" Mrs. Dinsmore gave a warning sniff. "Well, all right," Bjornson said. "I know how fond you are of Bob, and I know you don't like me to mention his mistakes. I'll grant you he means well. So what? He's flighty, scatterbrained, and brash. To use an expression that was current when I was a boy, Bob is a twerp." Mrs. Dinsmore pulled the lucite platter so far over to her own side of the table that Bjornson couldn't get another cookie from it without getting up and stretching out along the tablecloth. "I don't agree with you," she said distantly. "Robert is a splendid fellow, so thoughtful and considerate. He takes a real interest in my soap carvings, and how many young men with an important position like his, third mate on a space freighter with a regularly scheduled run, would remember to send back plants from every port of call to an aunt on Earth? I shouldn't be surprised if I won a blue ribbon at the flower show again this year. My golden rain plant is about to bloom. Robert tells me it's a lovely thing." The captain cast a wistful look at the cookie plate. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," he replied. "When's Bob due in port?" Mrs. Dinsmore's face relaxed. "Around the 25th, she said. "He sent me a gram. Here, have another cookie. I must think up some little thing to cook for him as a surprise." "Your ordinary cooking's good enough for me," he declared. "But if you mean something like those little shrimps fried in batter you had the last time he was here, go ahead. And watch for that plant." He stalked off across the lawn. "He's getting old," thought Amy Dinsmore, watching the gruff old codger limp around a flower bed. Bjornson had had prosthetic surgery after he lost his foot, and though it had been successful, grafts were never as flexible as natural members. Positively old. He ought to see a geriatrician right away. She'd tell him so the next time he came to see her. Talking about Robert that way. She set the dial on the robot gardener on the front lawn to weeding dandelions, and started along the path that led to the little hothouse where most of the plants Robert had sent her were growing. Even in the deep tropics, Terra was, with few exceptions, too cold and dry for them. The Martian subjects, on the other hand, were in a cycroplex lean-to with hygroscopes and a battery of infrared lamps to keep the temperature up during the day. The heavy, moist air of the hothouse made Amy Dinsmore pant a little as she entered it, but how interesting it was! Even the leaves of her Venusian plants were fascinating, thick and leather-like, thin and dry and hard like parchment, hanging in heavy serpentine coils, or bristling, pointed and sharp as so many spears. And their colors ranged from cerise through a silky taupe and indigo around to an angry, bright metallic blue. As for their flowers, oh my, Amy Dinsmore had never seen anything like them. All you could do was stand in front of them with your mouth open and stare. When she wasn't looking at her Martian succulents, they were her favorites of anything she grew. She halted in front of the plant Robert had sent her last. Yes, Hjalmar Bjornson was getting definitely senile. How could anybody think that this poor little dried-up thing could be harmful? It was a mere bundle of desiccated stems with only a tiny new leaf or two to indicate that it was alive. It looked a little better than it had yesterday, though. The colchine solution must have been good for it. Amy brushed a few dead flies from the ledge behind it into her hand and threw them into the composter. She liked to have things neat. Now, what should she cook as a surprise for Robert? He was fond of sweet things, of course, but it always seemed to her that he praised her meat dishes and entrees most. He liked her cooking so much because her roast turkeys and grilled steaks had a crust on them. Electronically cooked food was quick to prepare, and it might be as good for you as they said it was, but the outside looked like the inside, and it all tasted flavorless and gray. What was the use of saving time in cooking if you ended up with food that wasn't any fun to eat? "You aren't looking well, Amy," Captain Bjornsson said 3 or 4 weeks later. He looked at her with the critical attention of an old friend. "You've got on a lot of Cosmilac, but you still look peaked. What's the matter? Worried about Bob? Ships don't get hurt in meteor swarms anymore." He looked down at his grafted foot reminiscently. "Not like it was when I was a third mate." Amy Dinsmore shook her head. She picked up one of the brightly colored hexagons. They had been playing a desultory game of Marula in the airy coolness of the side stoa, and fiddled with it. "I haven't been sleeping well," she confessed at last. "I've had such unpleasant dreams. Horrid things." "What about?" Bjornsson asked. "That blasted plant? Honestly, Amy, it looks like some kind of spider to me." "No! I don't know why you can't leave my Venusian rambler alone. Robert told me it was a very valuable plant, rare even in its own habitat. It's doing so nicely, too. A spider? I wish you'd stop trying to spoil it for me." "I'm sorry," Bjornsson apologized. "Forget it. Go on. Tell me about your dreams." "Well, on Tuesday, or was it Wednesday? No, it must have been Tuesday, because that was the day after I flew over to Hartford. I was down by the hothouse, and I found the most unpleasant thing beside the path." She shuddered. "I've been dreaming about it ever since." "What was it?" Bjornsson urged. "Oh, I guess it must have been a rabbit once, one of the wild ones. Only it was nothing except some fur and some bones. Not decayed, Hjalmar, you understand, just gone. I can't imagine what had happened to it." "Better see a mental hygienist," the captain advised after a pause. "Nightmares can be very serious." "I suppose so. I really dread going to sleep." The next morning, very early, Amy turned on the floor with unsteady fingers. What a horrid dream it had been. She could hardly believe that it hadn't been real, and that she was safe and sound in her own bedroom after all. Outside, the noise that had wakened her, the jagged, unearthly caterwauling of a couple of tomcats promenading in the moonlight, came again. Ordinarily, it was a noise Amy disliked very much. The poor things always sounded as if they were in deadly agony, but now she was glad to hear it. Heavens, if it hadn't been for those cats crying and waking her up, she might still be asleep and dreaming. Dreaming about blood. She turned the ceiling selector to Summer Sky, lay back on her pillow, and tried to relax. It was her favorite of all the ceilings her bedroom had, so lovely and calm and blue, and right now she needed something lovely and calm. One thing was sure, she wasn't going to stand this much longer. She didn't believe in pampering herself, but if she had that dream once more, she was going to take Bjornsson's advice and see a mental hygienist. She'd think about something pleasant. Amy tried to fix her mind on her gardening, on how well her plants were doing, but it wasn't a success. When she tried to keep her thoughts on her Venusian rambler, why did they call it a rambler? It was turning into a large, stocky, compact bush, more like an outsized camellia than anything else Amy Dinsmore could think of. They kept veering back to her dream, and all that. Well, then she'd think about Robert. She was a lucky woman to have a nephew like him. She'd worked out several menus, all the things he liked best, but she wished she could think of something a little different. There were so few kinds of meat when everything was said and done. Lamb and beef and musk ox and bolo and pork, and she always thought bolo was stringy and tough. Gradually, Amy's nerves began to quiet. The cats had grown quiet too, except for an occasional outburst that sounded like lightning made audible. Her thoughts drifted lazily from Robert to her soap carving. After a while, she went to sleep. The morning was sunny and bright, and she felt almost ashamed of herself for having let a dream affect her so seriously. She had finished her matutinal inspection of the hothouse and the succulent growing shed, and had started back to the house when she came on a bundle lying by the hothouse wall. At first she didn't recognize it for what it was, and stooped over it, poking at it with a stick. After an instant she straightened, nauseated, remembering where she had last seen that ginger-colored fur. The bundle was the not very bulky remains, bones and some patches of hide, of a cat. Hadn't there been some pieces of white fur too? Of 2 cats? She'd better call Hjalmar. It might be dangerous. There might be some wild animals living near her hothouse, a lynx or ferret or wildcat or stoat. Mrs. Dinsmore wasn't strong on zoology, but she knew exactly what sort of an animal she had in mind. Something lithe and dark and bloodthirsty. Goodness, it was quite frightening. On the other hand, Robert would be in port in a couple of days. If she asked Hjalmar to help her, he'd either make an enormous masculine fuss over it. She still remembered the time she'd asked him to put up a towel rack for her, and he'd arrived with a set of socket wrenches, a hand electric drill, 4 pairs of pliers, and a portable arc welding outfit. Or he'd pooh-pooh and pish-tush her into silence. Either way, it wouldn't be satisfactory. She'd wait for Robert. Robert was so comforting. If only she didn't have more of those dreams. Despite her apprehensions, her next night's slumber was profound and sweet. She hadn't felt so rested and refreshed in weeks. She put the somnispray, maybe if she'd thought to use it before, she wouldn't have had those horrid nightmares, back in the closet, and decided that she'd do some soap carving after breakfast. She felt in the mood for it, and Robert would be disappointed if she didn't have something new to show him that she'd carved since he had last been in port. Besides, she might be able to think of the special dish she wanted to make for him while she was working. She'd found from experience that some of her best culinary ideas came to her while she was making a statuette or plaque out of soap. The meal concluded, she got out her set of modeling knives and a couple of cakes of soap. Soap was rather hard to get, since most people used synthetic detergents nowadays, but she knew a little store in Perth Amboy that carried it. This last batch had a lovely texture. Amy rotated the living room on its axis until the light was exactly right, and then she sat down in front of her carving desk. What should she make? A statuette? A plaque? A plaque in low relief. A plaque of a flower. Somehow she didn't want to think about animals right now. She had sketched in the conventionalized Hermodactylus and was beginning to pick it out carefully from the background when it occurred to her that she hadn't been down to the hothouse this morning to see her plants. Why, that would never do. She mustn't neglect them. It was terribly important. Important. Her head hurt. How dizzy she felt. She'd better go at once. She'd better go. Cake of soap in one hand, knife in the other. Panting a little, Amy set out toward her plants in a stumbling run. She was halfway to the hothouse before it occurred to her to question the impulse which had taken her incontinently from her carving and set her in blind motion toward the hothouse, and by then it was too late. She was no longer a free agent in any sense of the term. The mental grip which had taken the rabbit and the cats to their death had tightened on her inescapably. Remote from her body, in a glassy paralysis of fear and impotence, Amy watched her feet moving briskly down the path. Oh, if she could only cry out, call Hjalmar! She felt the muscles of her throat straining, but no sound came. And now she was standing before the hothouse, and her hand had opened the door. The Rambler was waiting for her. Very slowly, like a man flexing his arm, it reached out one of the stocky branches toward her. Amy saw that at the end of the branch, well hidden under the dark green, glossy leaves, was a slender, translucent hollow thorn. It was about the size of the hypodermic needle the doctor had used when, in her last year's physical examination, he had taken a sample of blood. Amy knew exactly what was going to happen. First, the hollow thorn, until her veins were dry, and then the slowly opening maw gaping above the big, swollen, meter-wide base the thick leaves of the Rambler had served to conceal. It would take a long time, but Hjalmar would never miss her before it was too late. The Rambler's branch moved delicately over the surface of Amy's right wrist, the one with the modeling knife. The other branches were drooping limply away from the purple pink of its swollen base, waiting while it hunted the exact spot. It hesitated for an instant, and then Amy's mouth drew into a soundless "oh" of pain, struck home. A dark fluid began to stain the hollow thorn. For just a fraction of a second, the Rambler's mental grip on Amy Dinsmore relaxed. She could feel its blind concentration on its own black enjoyment. And in that fraction of a second, Amy threw the cake of soap in her left hand straight into the Rambler's fleshy maw. The Rambler gripped at her mind again, but it was a disturbed and feeble grip. Its branches began to move around the fleshy bowl they had shielded, slowly, and then in a furious heaving. The thorn which had entered her wrist was jaggedly withdrawn. Amy, her wrist streaming with blood, stared at the Rambler for a moment, and then lunged at it with a menacing knife. Sitting outside, on the ground beside the hothouse afterward, her forehead on her hands, feeling sick and faint, Amy had an idea. At first she pushed it from her. It was far-fetched, silly, even a little repulsive. But was it so silly after all? And as to being unpleasant, well, bolo meat commanded enormous prices in the market, and from everything she'd ever heard, the bolo was the very reverse of a fastidious feeder. Even pigs certainly weren't dainty in their eating habits. If she parboiled it in several waters and then braised it slowly, with a hint of ginger in the sauce, well, after all, why not? Amy, the modeling knife in her hand, went into the hothouse again. "Gee, Aunt Amy, this meat's good," Robert said. He was talking with his mouth full. "I've eaten indigenous chow on 3 planets. 4, if you call the stuff they serve you on Uranus food, and it's my opinion that there isn't a better cook anywhere in the system than you. Fact. How do you do it, anyhow?" Amy Dinsmore lowered her eyes. She could feel herself blushing through her cosmilac. "Oh, thank you, Robert." "She sure is, Bob," Hjalmar Bjornsson said expansively. "That gravy. She's the best cook on Terra all the time, but when you're in port, she gets sort of inspired. What kind of meat is this, though, Amy? And could I have some more?" "Of course," Amy said. She refilled Hjalmar's plate. "It's something new I found in the big auto market in the city," she said vaguely. "By the way, Aunt Amy," Bob said, laying down his fork, "after I sent you that plant, I heard it was supposed to be carnivorous. I forgot to mention it in my last gram. You didn't get into any trouble with it, did you?" "No, it died," Amy said smoothly. "I had to throw it out. Too bad." She brightened. "Pass your plate, Robert, dear," she said. End of Flowering Evil by Margaret St. Clair.
The Gallows by I.W.D. Peters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. Tomorrow morning, at sunrise, I am to hang for the murder of a man. At sunrise on the 9th of June, the anniversary of my wedding day, I am to be hanged by the neck until I am dead. I am glad this state has not yet adopted the use of electricity in executions. I prefer to spend the last moments out in the open under the sky. The building of the gallows is finished, the workmen are gone, and it seems that the execution at sunrise is certain to take place. But every step along the corridor sends my heart into my mouth. Gladys is working for reprieve. I am praying she will not succeed. The governor is off on a fishing trip, away from railroad and telegraph. If they do not locate him in the next few hours, I shall be hanged. God grant they fail to find him. It is Gladys' will against mine. She usually wins, but every passing minute lessens her chance to have her way in this. It is now 10 minutes to 9. Dr. Brander, the prison chaplain, has just left me, gratified, poor fellow, that he has succeeded in reconciling me to my fate. If he had known that the tall skeleton of wood outside, with its lank line of rope, was in my mind a refuge, he would have turned from me in horror. The next 5 hours will be the longest of my life. Every step in the corridor strikes fear into my heart. It is not because I am guilty of the crime for which I am sentenced that I am glad to die for. I am guilty, but that doesn't mean that I deserve to die. I am going to hang tomorrow at sunrise because I want to be hung. I could have saved myself, but refused to do so, solely because life had lost its savor. A great wave of disgust with the living possessed me and still possesses me. I am writing these words now that Gladys may know the truth. She has tried to see me ever since I was brought here, and I have refused to be seen. That is one right a condemned man has, to refuse to see visitors. From the day we were married, Gladys demanded to know my every thought, my every act, every hour of the day. If every one of them was not concerned with her, she criticized, condemned, or cried. She resented in bitterly spoken words and equally bitter acts the small recesses of my soul that I, for the sake of my own self-respect, kept to myself. Finally, she determined to show me that there were other men who appreciated her if I did not. For a while, after that, all hours of the day and evening my wife was infested with the lounge lizards. I endured it without a word, which infuriated her. Lester Crane, a young fellow, honest and simple, was her first victim. The first time I found him seated close beside her on the dimly lit porch, I welcomed him warmly. We smoked and talked of our days in the army together. I felt that Gladys could safely enough flirt with such as Lester, if that is what she wanted, but Lester only called a few times after that. For 2 months there was a succession of young fellows about the place. Our house was not far from the Westmore Country Club, and the golf links came almost up to our side yard. Our porch was a convenient place to drop in. Suddenly all that sort of thing ceased. Gladys was away a good deal, but as her mother lived in a town just a few miles away, I thought nothing of that. She became very quiet, was thoughtful, absent-minded, flushed easily, seemed not herself. At first I was a good deal puzzled. Then, suddenly, an explanation for the change in her dawned on me. Joy filled my soul. I was inordinately gentle with her, bought her a small automobile for her birthday, did everything I could think of for her comfort and pleasure. After all, I told myself, the emotional phase she had just passed through was natural. Marriage is more difficult readjustment with some than with others. It had evidently been so with Gladys. If a child came to us, it would make everything right. A child, our child, it was wonderful to think of. She had always refused to consider the subject, saying she wished to enjoy life while she was young. But I knew she wanted a son to bear my name, a daughter to inherit her beauty, and she had accepted the inevitable. A wave of exaltation made me feel as if I were treading on clouds. I longed to mention the subject to her, but I felt that the first word about it should come from her. I spent hours thinking of tender, loving things to do for her. She accepted everything quietly, sometimes with averted face and flushed cheeks. I would draw her inert figure into my arms and hold her close, but she made no response to my demonstrative affection. At this stage of affairs, my firm sent me on a 10-day trip to close a Western deal. It was hard to leave Gladys, but now, more than ever, I felt that we would need the money, and lots of it. We arranged for Gladys to go to her mother's, and I was to join her there on my return. It's the same old story. I came home before I was expected, and went straight to our cottage with intention of having Gladys' room redecorated before bringing her home. At the gate stood Gladys' car. I rushed into the house, but there was no one on the lower floor, nor in Gladys' room, nor mine. I was about to descend the stairs when I heard a low laugh, a man's laugh, from the 3rd floor. I dashed up there and stood gazing at the closed door of the spare room. "What's the idea of running away from me?" asked the man. "You can't blow hot and cold with me." "I told you not to come here. It's not safe." I'm not afraid of that husband of yours. You're mine, and you're going to stay mine. I listened intently, but I could not recognize the man's voice. Go now, pleaded Gladys, and I'll come to your rooms this evening. Not on your life. I'm here now, and I'm going to stay. Let go of me. You're hurting my shoulder. There was a sound of scuffling. I tried the door. It was locked. I put my shoulder to it. The lock snapped. Gladys gave a cry, leaped away from the man, a man whom I had never seen before, the full-lipped, black-browed type, big, soft. As I took in the scene, the tousled woman, the flush-faced man, a great wave of disgust almost overwhelmed me. Well, said the man sneeringly, what are you going to do about it? If you take her away now and treat her right, nothing. And if I don't take her away, I'll meet that situation when it comes. It has come, he said with a laugh, and walked out. I am tall, slender, delicate-looking, but I knew I was a match for that overfed brute. I listened to the clatter of his feet on the stairs. Then I followed him. The man was hastening toward a streetcar. I cranked Gladys' car and followed. It was easy to keep the streetcar in sight and to keep an eye on his sleek black head. He left the car at Hanson Street. I, without glancing toward him, kept on ahead. I turned at the corner in time to see him enter an office building. I was not far behind when he took the elevator. The man in the elevator gave me the number of his office. He was telling a joke to his typist as I entered, but his laughter died when he saw me. You dirty thief! You'll never cheat another man out of his money. His look of astonishment as I shouted these words was amusing. He tried to give blow for blow, but I meant what I said when I shouted at him. I've come here to kill you. To choke the life out of an overfed beast is not so hard to an infuriated man. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was dead. The police for whom the typist had called filled the room even before I had straightened my disheveled clothing. I practically tried my own case, and I was skillful enough to make every word, apparently uttered in my own defense, sound black against me. Gladys tried to save me by telling the true story of the affair, but I made a picture of her as a devoted, self-sacrificing wife, willing to ruin even her spotless name to save her husband. I enjoyed seeing her cringe as I did this. So skillfully had she and the big brute managed that there was not a bit of evidence to substantiate her story. On the other hand, there was the typist's story to help me, and, too, it was known I had speculated in the past, and that I had lost some money. I made the most out of everything against me, and it was enough. I was sentenced to hang on the 9th day of June at sunrise. Gladys came to the jail to see me while the trial was going on, but I managed to act just as though my story were the true one, and hers the false. And though she pleaded with me to let the truth come out, I would not admit that the truth had not come out. The sentence was a terrible shock to her. Her mother carried her from the courtroom in a faint. Before she recovered, I was in prison. I shall welcome the hour of sunrise as I have never welcomed any moment of my life. Not until then will the fear of reprieve leave me. Gladys is moving heaven and earth to locate the governor. God grant that she does not succeed. It is 4:45. I have spent much time at the window, gazing out into the darkness. What comes after death? That is the question, I suppose, that all men ask at the end of their life. I have never done so. It is a futile question, one which none of us can answer. But I believe there will be a surcease from the nausea that comes to those who have known disillusion and disappointment. 10 minutes of 5. Now surely I am safe, even from a chance of reprieve. Footsteps in the corridor. Is it my escort to the gallows, or what I fear most on earth? A statement by the warden of Larson Penitentiary. If Traylor had spent the brief period always allotted to a criminal for a few last words, his reprieve would have reached us in time for us to stay the execution. But he walked calmly, unfalteringly up to the gallows, and helped us, with steady hands, adjust the cap and ropes, and he was dead 2 minutes before the governor's message reached us. End of The Gallows
The Grey Rider by Charles Hilland Craig. From Weird Tales, November 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Grim Race with Death. The Grey Rider by Charles Hilland Craig. His name was Lear. He was the world's greatest racing driver, and it was said of him that he was utterly devoid of nerves. For 3 years he had been the leader among the speed demons of the surface tracks, and during those 3 years he had won every race in which his car had finished. Several times accidents had sent him to the pits to stay. Again, he had been rammed by a driver who lost control. But whenever he finished the race, it was in the lead. Through the land, he was known to the sporting public as King Lear, to his more intimate friends, simply as the King. He no longer needed the money which came to him through racing, but rather drove for the sheer zest of driving. There was a thrill for him in every turn on any speedway, a double thrill every time he came thundering into the straightaway. As he raced, he laughed, and he was a man who still could laugh when he finished the last lap on the great brick oval at the capital of the racing world. Laugh while ready hands unbent the fingers that clutched the wheel in a death-like grip. Without nerves was King Lear, they said, and there was little reason to deny that bold statement. For he was a man who went out in front and stayed there till the race was over, or something had broken. No tremendous spurts, no sneaking, no jockeying. Lear clamped down on the accelerator and held it there. Little wonder he got a thrill from those terrible turns, for he went into them faster than any other living man, and lived. Less strange, the double thrill from the straightaway, for his car was a weaving phantom when he came from the turns, a gray mist when he went into the next. Lear was perhaps 35 years old at the time of which I write, and had been racing for about 10 years. It was nearer the end of the racing season, and he was in the next to last race of the year, when he first saw the man whom he intuitively dubbed the Grey Rider. He had paid little attention to the other entries. It made no difference to him who they were, or in what numbers. He would beat them all, barring accident. He was on the 60th lap of a 250-mile grind, when first his attention was attracted by this Grey Rider, who was to be his chief competitor in the next race. The car was gray, not the gray which bright enamel usually gives, but a drab gray, a sordid gray. The car was low-slung, and apparently awkwardly built. King Lear found himself criticizing as he swung past that car on the 60th lap. The man was deep down in the seat, barely showing his head. But he also was gray, and he seemed to be laughing as Lear swept past him. An uncomfortable thought welled up in the mind of the king that there was a sardonic something about this man and his car that he could not fathom. But he swept the thought away and settled down to finish ahead. They were on the 90th lap when the gray car almost rammed him, and he swung into the fence, splintering it and ripping off a wheel. With anger in his heart, he made ready to protest, but the Grey Rider had swept from the track and was waiting for him, having left the race. "I'm sorry," he said. Lear's anger dissipated like a mist. He laughed. Maybe it wasn't your fault, he said, and took the mental stock of the other driver. The gray dust had settled finally on the driver's face. The hair, just visible on the turned-up helmet, was gray. Under the gray of that face, there were tiny wrinkles. The face was set as though it had come from a mold. Granite. Hours of grim intensity at the taped wheel had seen to that. "What's your name?" asked Lear. He was surprised that he had never seen this man before. Perhaps some new chap breaking into the game. "Gray," answered the gray rider, and to Lear it appeared that for a moment a sardonic smile touched the thin lips. He didn't like that smile. There was something... He had intended to look the man up, to ask Angus about him, but somehow he didn't do it. A reason why he should now want to find out who and what the fellow racer was didn't occur to him. He, who had never given a hang what was put against him in a race. Angus, his team manager, had come a-running. "What happened?" he had said, and Lear replied, "I almost got rammed." "What?" And there had been on the face of Angus a strange expression of wonder and doubt. Lear had looked about for Gray, but the man was gone. Speed, more speed. That was what was killing Lear. Cars were not built fast enough for him. Time after time in races, he had ruined cars, driving them to the ultimate limit of their endurance until they had burned out beneath him. Wrecked many times, but he seemed to have the lives of a cat. He always came through. His god was speed. "It'll get you yet," said Angus again and again. "You can't keep up those stunts and live. Take it from me, boy. If you don't quiet down on the curves, you'll go through the big gates someday." This from Angus, who was continuously exhorting his other drivers to show a little pep. Lear laughed. But then that was Lear. That was why he was the best-loved driver in America. The crowd came to see speed, and he was there to show it to them. But deep down in his heart, he knew that Angus was right. Too near, many times, was death. For now that the great American classic race had been run at an average rate of more than 100 miles per hour, the ultimate speed on wheels was fast being attained. Little more could be expected of a machine that clung to earth. Yet Lear still asked for speed. To see him drive in a race was to see something never to be forgotten. He always smiled as he rode. Of course, the crowd couldn't see that, but they knew, for the press agents had long been busy. All the crowd could see was a blur as the red car swept past the stands, but they knew he was smiling at death as he rode. And from east to west, men came to watch him ride like a red whirlwind to victory. And then the last 500-mile race of the season, on a new board track in California. The team managed by Angus was entered, and, of course, Lear was expected to win. As the day of the race neared, there came into the mind of Lear a question. Would the gray rider be in the race? Why he wondered about this, he did not know. He had never questioned before. He did not ask Angus about it, for he knew that a query now about the other entries would serve to make the fiery little Scotsman wonder if he were losing his iron nerve. He didn't read the newspapers. He didn't read the bulletins. He never read anything. All he cared to do was race. All he had ever desired was to sit behind the wheel of his little red cannon and thunder to victory. He had never cared who it was he was racing. Speed, more speed. He would shatter that 500-mile record to fragments. He would show them that his red cannon could show its heels to any car ever built. And as he thought of it in his last trial spin before the big race, he involuntarily increased his pace till the other cars, the fence, the empty stands became gray blurs. Faster, 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 round the curve, into the long straightaway, past the stands again. Faster, faster. And then he knew instinctively, as Angus had flagged him in, that he had ridden at a pace never before equaled by man. The day came. The hour was at hand. The time for the big race. Car after car drew up to the pits for final adjustments. Car after car was trundled to the starting line. Drivers smoking a last cigarette. Mechanics pottering about. The drone of the cars ready to go. The officials lined them up. Lear and his red wagon in the first tier. The others stretching to the side and behind. The gray rider? Lear looked about. Yes, there he was at the outside of the first tier. And Lear was puzzled. That made an extra car in the first row. Not safe. An official was beside him. "What's the idea of the extra car there?" he asked. "Which car?" asked the official. "Gray one, number 31, outside." The official looked where he pointed and laughed, said something which Lear did not catch. But Lear laughed too. He had never been accused of lack of sportsmanship. What did he care if the first tier was jammed from pole to stand? He was going to burn them all up. Win. But as he sat there looking at the gray rider, there came over him a sensation he had never known before. A scarcely felt impression of impending disaster. Somehow, deep down within him, he felt that this would be his last race. But he shook off the feeling with a laugh of disdain, lighted a cigarette, and waited. There sounded the last preliminary signal. The track was cleared. A sputtering roar, and they were off. Round the track, a drone string of angry motors, following the pacer. A vast thunder of sound. They passed the starting line, and the flag dropped down and up again. A dull roar from the crowd, screaming of exhaust, whining throbs of motors, gray film of smoke, gray cloud of dust. Speed, more speed. Mile after mile, lap after lap, and the gray rider had nosed up and was running close to Lear. A gray shadow stalking him, urging him on, and he responded. His car changed from a red streak to a misty blur as he thundered around the track. 110, 20, 30, 40, speed, and the gray shadow still stalked him, lacking the necessary spurt to go around. A car went through a fence on the death curve. Another went over and over when a tire blew out. But by superb skill, Lear and the gray rider missed the wreckage and went on and on. Speed, speed to the utmost. Into the pits for new tires and gas, then back to the grind, back to the race with the gray shadow, which was challenging his superior skill. They passed the 180th lap, the 190th, 10 laps to go, and on the straightaway the gray rider passed Lear. The smile left Lear's face. His teeth set hard. His dark face was a mass of tiny wrinkles. He leaned forward. But his car did not respond. He held grimly at the rear wheel of the gray car, but could do no better. Wildly, recklessly on the curves, a raging demon in the stretch. It availed nothing. The gray rider was just as reckless, just as superb in his handling of the gray car. 5 laps to go, 3 laps, 2 laps, 1 lap, and the spring on his foot feed broke. He could feel it go. Wide open, his car thundered on. He reached over to shut off the power, but at that moment the Gray Rider's eyes looked into his. He could feel rather than see the sardonic challenge in those eyes. He gripped again the wheel, careening wildly into the curve. How he made it he did not know, but he came out. A mere touch would send him tumbling into the fence. At the rear wheel of the gray car, he wanted speed and couldn't get it. Speed. Down the stretch he roared like the wind, and then he began to gain. His radiator was even with the driver's seat of the leading car. A little more, a little more. He did not hear the roar of the race, had no ears for the thunder of the 100,000 people mad with the thrill of speed. He could think of nothing but the sardonic smile which he felt must have been on the face of the Gray Rider. Slowly he gained, but too late, too late. The checkered flag went down, but the Gray Rider had drawn it. A low snarl escaped Lear's lips as he realized that he had lost. Then the snarl changed to an exclamation of horror as the Gray Rider shot in front of him. He started to slow down, forgetting that his foot feed was no longer working. Sharply, he twisted the wheel and went broadside into the Gray Rider. He heard a tremendous roar, the clang of steel on steel, smelt the odor of blazing gasoline, felt its wrath sear his lungs, saw stars shooting across his vision, saw, too, felt the sardonic smile of the man who had beaten him. Lear regained consciousness for only a few minutes at the hospital. Angus was there with him, firmly solicitous. "Lost," gasped Lear. "Lost, hell," said Angus. "You won." "But the gray car, 31, beat me out just before I crashed into him." Angus looked puzzled. "There wasn't any 31 in the race," he said. "And you didn't crash anyone. You hit the fence." "But the Gray Rider—" "There wasn't any Gray Rider." "But there must have been." Lear knew that Angus was lying. No Gray Rider? The fool. Why, look, there was the Gray Rider beside Angus now, his arm on Angus's shoulder. The Gray Rider, gray with dust, gray with sternness, a sardonic smile that was upon his face. But the gray eyes which shone through the goggles held no mirth. They were cold as death. "He's beside you," cried Lear hoarsely. "Look, Angus." Angus turned around in utter amazement. There was no one there. "Why, Lear!" Lear was dead. The end of The Gray Rider by Charles Hillen Craig.
The Last Ascent from Uncanny Tales by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Last Ascent from Uncanny Tales. The extraordinary rapidity with which a successful airman may achieve fame was well shown in the case of my friend Radcliffe Thorpe. 1 week known merely to a few friends as a clever young engineer, the next his name was on the lips of the civilized world. His first success was followed by a series of remarkable feats, of which his flight above the Atlantic, his race with the torpedo boat destroyers across the North Sea, and his sensational display during the military manoeuvres on Salisbury Plain impressed his name and personality firmly upon the fickle minds of the public, and explains the tremendous excitement caused by his inexplicable disappearance during the great aviation meeting at Attercliffe near London towards the end of the summer. Few people, I suppose, have forgotten the facts. For some time previously he had been devoting himself more especially to ascending to as great a height as possible. He held all the records for height, and it was known that at Attercliffe he meant to endeavour to eclipse his own achievements. It was a lovely day, not a breath of wind stirring, not a cloud in the sky. We saw him start, we saw him fly up and up in great sweeping spirals. We saw him climb higher and even higher into the azure space. We watched him, those of us whose eyes could bear the strain, as he dwindled to a dot and a speck, till at last he passed beyond sight. It was a stirring thing to see a man thus storm, as it were, the walls of heaven and probe the very mysteries of space. I remember I felt quite annoyed with someone who was taking a cinematograph record. It seemed such a sordid, business-like thing to be doing at such a moment. Presently, the aeroplane came into sight again and was greeted with a sudden roar of cheering. "He is doing a glide down," someone cried excitedly, and though someone else declared that a glide from such a height was unthinkable and impossible, yet it was soon plain that the first speaker was right. Down through unimaginable thousands of feet, straight and swift, swept the machine, making such a sweep as the eagle in its pride would never have dared. People held their breath to watch, expecting every moment some catastrophe. But the machine kept on an even keel, and in a few moments I joined with the others in a wild rush to the field at a little distance where the machine, like a mighty bird, had alighted easily and safely. But when we reached it, we doubted our own eyes, our own sanity. There was no sign anywhere of Radcliffe Thorpe. No one knew what to say. We looked blankly at our neighbours, and one man got down on his hands and knees and peered under the body of the machine, as if he suspected Radcliffe of hiding there. Then the chairman of the meeting, Lord Fallowfield, made a curious discovery. "Look," he said in a high, shaken voice. "The steering wheel is jammed." It was true. The steering wheel had been carefully fastened in one position, and the lever controlling the planes had also been fixed so as to hold them at the right angle for a downward glide. That was strange enough, but in face of the mystery of Radcliffe's disappearance, little attention was paid it. Where, then, was its pilot? That was the question that was filling everybody's mind. He had vanished as utterly as vanishes the mist one sees rising in the sunshine. It was supposed he must have fallen from his seat. But as to how that had happened, how it was that no fragment of his body or his clothing was ever found, above all, how it was that his aeroplane had returned, the engine cut off, the plane secured in correct position, no even moderately plausible explanation was ever put forward. The loss to aeronautics was felt to be severe. From childhood, Radcliffe had shown that, in addition to this, he had a marked aptitude for drawing, usually held at the service of his profession, but now and again exercised in producing sketches of his friends. Among those who knew him privately, he was fairly popular, though not perhaps so much so as he deserved. Certainly he had a way of talking shop, which was a trifle tiring to those who did not figure the world as one vast engineering problem, while with women he was apt to be brusque and short-mannered. My surprise, then, can be imagined when, calling one afternoon on him and having to wait a little, I had noticed lying on his desk a crayon sketch of a woman's face. It was a very lovely face, the features almost perfect, and yet there was about it something unearthly and spectral that was curiously disturbing. "Smitten at last?" I asked jestingly, and yet aware of a certain odd discomfort. When he saw what I was looking at, he went very pale. "Who is it?" I asked. "Oh, just someone," he answered. He took the sketch from me, looked at it, frowned, and locked it away. As he seemed unwilling to pursue the subject, I went on to talk of the business I had come about, and I congratulated him on his flight of the day before, in which he had broken the record for height. As I was going, he said, "By the way, that sketch, what did you think of it?" "Why, that you'd better be careful. I answered, laughing, or you'll be falling from your high estate of bachelordom. He gave so violent a start, his face expressed so much of apprehension and dismay, that I stared at him blankly. Recovering himself with an effort, he stammered out, "It's not... it's an imaginary portrait." "Then," I said, amazed in my turn, "you've a jolly sight more imagination than anyone ever credited you with." The incident remained in my mind. As a matter of fact, practical Radcliffe Thorpe, absorbed in questions of strain and ease, his head full of cylinders and wheels and ratchets, and the Lord knows what else, would have seemed to me the last man on earth to create that haunting, strange, unearthly face, human in form, but not in expression. It was about this time that Radcliffe began to give so much attention to the making of very high flights. His favourite time was in the early morning, as soon as it was light. Then in the chill dawn he would rise and soar and wing his flight high and ever higher, up and up, till the eye could no longer follow his ascent. I remember he made one of these strange solitary flights when I was spending the weekend with him at his cottage near the Attercliffe Aviation Grounds. I had come down from town somewhat late the night before, and I remember that just before we went to bed we went out for a few minutes to enjoy the beauty of a perfect night. The moon was shining in a clear sky. Not a sound or a breath disturbed the sublime quietude. In the south one wondrous star gleamed low on the horizon. Neither of us spoke. It was enough to drink in the beauty of such rare perfection, and I noticed how Radcliffe kept his eyes fixed upwards on the dark blue vault of space. "Are you longing to be up there?" I asked him jestingly. He started and flushed, and he then went very pale, and to my surprise I saw that he was shivering. "You're getting cold," I said. "We had better go in." He nodded without answering, and as we turned to go in, I heard quite plainly and distinctly a low, strange laugh, a laugh full of a honeyed sweetness that yet thrilled me with great fear. "What's that?" I said, stopping short. "What?" Radcliffe asked. "Someone laughed," I said, and I stared all round and then upwards. "I thought it came from up there," I said in a bewildered way, pointing upwards. He gave me an odd look, and without answering went into the cottage. He had said nothing of having planned any flight for the next morning, but in the early morning, the chill and grey dawn, I was roused by the drumming of his engine. At once I jumped out of bed and ran to the window. The machine was raising itself lightly and easily from the ground. I watched him wing his godlike way up through the still, soft air till he was lost from view. Then, after a time, I saw him emerge again from those immensities of space. He came down in one long, majestic sweep and alighted in a field a little way from the house, leaving the aeroplane for his mechanics to fetch up presently. "Hello," I greeted him. "Why didn't you tell me you were going up?" As I spoke, I heard plainly and distinctly, as plainly as ever I heard anything in my life, that low, strange laugh that I had heard before, so silvery sweet and yet somehow so horrible. "What's that?" I said, stopping short and staring blankly upwards. For, absurd though it seems, that weird sound seemed to come floating down from an infinite height above us. "Not high enough," he muttered like a man in an ecstasy. "Not high enough yet." He walked away from me then without another word. When I entered the cottage he was seated at the table sketching a woman's face, the same face I had seen in that other sketch of his, spectral, unreal, and lovely. "What on earth?" I began. "Nothing on earth," he answered in a strange voice. Then he laughed and jumped up and tore his sketch across. He seemed quite his old self again, chatty and pleasant, and with his old passion for talking shop. He launched into a long explanation of some scheme he had in mind for securing automatic balancing. I never told anyone about that strange, mocking laugh. In fact, I had almost forgotten the incident altogether when something brought every detail back to my memory. I had a letter from a person who signed himself George Barnes. Barnes, it seemed, was the operator who had taken the pictures of that last ascent, and as he understood I had been Mr. Thorpe's greatest friend, he wanted to see me. Certain expressions in the letter aroused my curiosity. I replied. He asked for an appointment at a time that was not very convenient, and finally I arranged to call at his house one evening. It was one of those smart little 6-room villas of which so many have been put up in the London suburbs of late. Barnes was buying it on the instalment system, and I quite won his heart by complimenting him on it. But for that, I doubt if anything would have come of my visit, for he was plainly nervous and ill at ease and very repentant of ever having said anything. But after my compliment to the house, we got on better. "It's on my mind," he said. "I shan't be easy till someone else knows." We were in the front room where a good fire was burning. In my honour, I guessed, for the apartment had not the air of being much used. On the table were some photographs. Barnes showed them me. They were enlargements from those he had taken of poor Radcliffe's Last Ascent. "They've been shown all over the world," he said. "Millions of people have seen them." "Well?" I said. "But there's one no one has seen. No one except me." He produced another print and gave it to me. I glanced at it. It seemed much like the others, having been apparently one of the last of the series, taken when the aeroplane was at a great height. The only thing in which it differed from the others was that it seemed a trifle blurred. "A poor one," I said. "It's misty." "Look at the mist," he said. I did so. Slowly, very slowly, I began to see that that misty appearance had a shape, a form. Even as I looked, I saw the features of a human countenance, and yet not human either. So spectral was it, so unreal and strange. I felt the blood run cold in my veins and the hair bristle on the scalp of my head, for I recognized beyond all doubt that this face on the photograph was the same as that Radcliffe had sketched. The resemblance was absolute. No one who had seen the one could mistake the other. "You see it?" Barnes muttered, and his face was almost as pale as mine. "There's a woman," I stammered. "A woman floating in the air by his side. Her arms are held out to him." "Yes," Barnes said. "Who was she?" The print slipped from my hands and fluttered to the ground. Barnes picked it up and put it in the fire. Was it fancy, or as it flared up and burned and was consumed, did I really hear a faint laugh floating downwards from the upper air? "I destroyed the negative," Barnes said, "and I told my boss something had gone wrong with it. No one else has seen that photograph but you and me, and now no one ever will." End of The Last Ascent.
The Left Eye by Henry S. Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Left Eye by Henry S. Whitehead. Pierre Godard was a French-Canadian by descent, whose grandfather had departed the purlieus of Montreal for the good of his miserable hide in the days of Riel's rebellion, and settled in that indefinite area of scanty soiled farmland along the western shore of Lake Champlain, between Keysville and Plattsburgh. The degenerate stock of the Godards, long impoverished since the era of its plebeian origins in France, did not recover in the descendants of the original fugitive. Pierre, the grandson, combined in his make-up the native cussedness of the lower-class Canuck with the skinflint qualities which his lifelong residence among the narrow-minded yokels with whom he consorted had readily imparted. Shiftless, furtive, mean-souled, he eked out an existence on his few barren acres of poor land, which was endurable only because there was neither in his heredity nor his experience any better standard by which he could realize to the full the utter meanness of everything that conspired to make up his life's record. At 19, Pierre had married Katie Burton, a flat-chested, sallow-faced slattern of his own age. At the end of 5 years of sordid married life, 4 brats of their begetting littered up the dirty kitchen of Pierre's cabin through the long, cold days of the northern New York winter, and spent their summers rolling about in the dirt at the roadside and making faces at the occupants of the automobiles which passed in a wavering, irregular string all day and most of the early evening along the state road between Keysville and Plattsburgh. That is, there were 4 brats and Kathleen. To what ancestor of Pierre or Katie Kathleen could have been a throwback is one of those obscure ethnic mysteries which are so baffling when they emerge in the families of recognized people. In Kathleen's case, it baffled no one, since there was no one in particular to remark this fairy among the ugly gnomes who pretended to be her brothers and sisters, this glorious little swan among the rough ducklings of the Godard brood. Kathleen had always been utterly different from the rest. By the time she was 6 or 7, her positive characteristics were already strongly developed. She stood out from the rest of her sordid family like a new-minted gold coin among pocket-worn pennies. By natural choice, and habitually, she was dainty and neat. Dirt never stuck to her, somehow. The rest of the brood were different from each other only in the varying ugliness of their budding dispositions, and the equally variant qualities of their general detestability of appearance and habit. All the rest, for example, would fight at the drop of a hat to gain possession of anything that turned up unappropriated, that even vaguely suggested value to their joint scrutiny. In these snarling contests, Kathleen, coolly aloof, was uninterested. The rest possessed in common that coarse, scrubby hair of indeterminate color which characterizes the children of outdoor living peasants the world over. Kathleen's a shimmering glory of delicate ringlets shone burnished copper in the afternoon sun when she swept off the rickety back porch or daintily threw a few grains of hard corn to Pierre's scraggly hens. At 16 she was as coolly aloof from the blandishments of the coarse young men of her neighborhood as she had been to the scrambling bickerings of her family. All such advances left her wholly uninterested. What dreams and aspirations lay behind those clear blue eyes, those eyes like the blue of the Caribbean at noon? No one had ever guessed. That is, no one except the good priest, Father Tracy, who came over from one of the neighboring towns for Mass every Sunday morning, and on alternate Saturday nights, and before First Fridays, to hear the confessions of this outlying portion of his difficult flock. To Father Tracy it had been for some time clear that the lovely body of the little Kathleen harbored one of those rare souls, delicate and fragrant, which burn with the desire to offer themselves wholly to the love of God. Here, the good father knew, or strongly suspected, was a budding vocation for the religious life, a vocation which it was one of his rewards to cultivate and foster. As yet, Kathleen was too young to leave her home, even if that had been feasible, and enter upon a novitiate with the good sisters at Plattsburgh, or perhaps better still, in her case, with some other good sisters much farther away from the place of her sordid origins. But for this vocation, as he watched it grow, at first weak and trembling up toward the dim light of a possible fulfillment, then later with a kind of thin but pure and steady flame, Father Tracy said many novenas of thanksgiving. It was one of his chief sources of happiness, and, as was natural in such cases, Kathleen responded to his interest in her, and through his gentle, kindly leading of her soul was beginning, as she fulfilled her maturity, to see the distant light more and more clearly. This vision she cherished with all her heart, and if it begot in her an almost perceptible wistfulness, it did nothing to minimize the cheerful kindliness with which she went about the performance of her daily tasks, or the cultivated discretion with which she had laboriously learned to meet and neutralize the changeable moods of her vicious father and slatternly loose-minded mother. The wind-swept habitation for God which she had made of her pure little heart was rudely battered on a certain Thursday morning in the month of August in her 17th year. Pierre, Her father, who combined with the shiftless existence of a small peasant farmer the more adventurous and profitable avocation of a bootlegger's runner for a Plattsburgh operator, was frequently away from home at night, and even for days at a time, when he was engaged in doing his part in bringing consignments of illicit merchandise down from unknown points in nearby Canada. Either overland along the state road or by devious and rutted byways, or what was an easier, though somewhat less direct method much favored by the profession, up the lake on dark nights. A process which was more lucrative because there were less people to bribe, and correspondingly somewhat more dangerous as requiring a landing on the shores of Vermont across the lake, or somewhere on the New York side. He had been away on one of these expeditions for 2 days, and had returned sometime during the small hours Wednesday night. On that Thursday morning, after 2 nearly sleepless nights, unkempt, ugly as a bear with a sore nose, he pushed his way into the kitchen about 9 o'clock, and demanded something to eat. Kathleen brought him his food, and he ate in a brooding silence. She waited, sitting on the step below the open doorway, for him to finish, so that she might wash his dishes and tidy up the table after him. Softly humming a tuneless little song, her mind entirely otherworldly. Pierre, having finished his breakfast, came straight to the point of a certain matter which he had been cogitating for several weeks. "Come here," he said. She rose and came to the table, expecting that he required another cup of coffee or something of the sort. "Shut the door," barked her father. She closed the door leading into the small hallway out of the kitchen wonderingly and returned to her father's side. "How old are you?" he asked, looking at her, as though he were appraising her. 17. 17, eh? His eyes went over her again in such fashion that, without knowing why, she felt suddenly choked. "Ah, 17, old enough. Now listen. That is old enough. You are going to marry Steve Benham. I got that all fixed, see. Me and him, we talk about it a lot, and Steve is all right for it." The choking feeling nearly overcame her. The blood seemed to suffuse her whole body and then recede somewhere, leaving her icy cold and afraid. Marriage had never entered Kathleen's mind. And Steve Benham. Benham was a brutal-faced young tough who, with greater advantages such as are offered to the denizens of great cities in their worst aspects, might have shown as a criminal of the lower type. A yegg, a killer for hire, the ready and effective tool of some brutal, organized gang. As it was, he had taken advantage of such opportunities as presented themselves to his somewhat restricted field of development. He was one of Levine's crowd in the bootlegging operations, a close associate of Pierre Godard's. "What the hell's the matter with you now?" roared Pierre, curbing his voice slightly in view of his desire for secrecy. This was his lookout, and none of Katie's business. He could handle his own girl all by himself without his wife's having any part of it. Benham had offered him $200 to put it through for him, and that 200 he meant to have, as soon as possible, too. "Steve's all right, ain't he? What's the matter with Steve? Now, cut out this blubbering." Kathleen's lips were trembling in a colorless face, her eyes big and bright with the tears she was forcing to remain unshed. She knew the resources of this brute of a father, which an inscrutably unkind providence had inflicted upon her. Pierre, his anger mounting by leaps and bounds, glared at her, his ugly face rendered hideous by a savage snarl, his clenched hand showing white at the knuckles as he gripped the table's edge. "Oh, Daddy, I can't. Kathleen's restraint had broken down under this unexpected and crushing blow. She sank down in a chair at the side of the table and buried her lovely head in her hands, her body shaken with convulsive sobs. This weakening aroused all the half-latent brute in Godard. With a savage curse, he seized Kathleen by the hair, dragging her face up from the table, and with the back of the other hand dealt her several cruel and heavy blows. She sank. As she sank away to the floor, a shuddering heap of misery and pain. Pierre rose, his anger partially allayed, and looked down at her. He kicked her, but lightly in the side. "Get up out of that, and get the hell out of here and clean yourself up. Steve's coming in about noon, and I'm going to tell him it's all set for him. Don't you dast do nothing to spoil it, neither, you hear? Now get up, Beat it along and get yourself prettied up." He seized her roughly by the shoulder, dragged her to her feet, and shoved her through the door into the hallway. Upstairs in her tiny little room, she lay across the bed, bruised and shaken, trying to collect her wits. One refuge, and one only, occurred to her, for even under the stress of this unexpected manifestation of her father's known brutality, she had no idea of giving in to his demand and receiving Steve Benham as a suitor. Trembling, shaken in every fiber of her delicate body, but with her almost unformulated resolve burning within her like a bright, strong flame, she dragged herself resolutely to her feet and began painfully to change her clothes. She had decided to go to Father Tracy for protection. An hour later, very softly, she crept downstairs. It was past 10 o'clock, and she would have to manage to elude her mother. Her brothers and sister had not been about the house, she remembered, since their breakfast time. Her mother would be below. She had been out in the chicken yard when her father had come into the kitchen for his breakfast. He had gone out immediately after she had come upstairs, probably to report progress to Benham. She shuddered and crept down the stairs like a mouse. She could hear her mother aimlessly pottering about in the kitchen. She slipped out of the seldom-used front door and out to the gate and along the road. As she turned the first corner, she met her sister, Eunice, walking beside one of the town boys. "Where are you going all dressed up?" inquired Eunice, her pert face alive with interest in this unexpected apparition of Kathleen in her best dress and Sunday hat. Kathleen bit her lip. This was a wholly unexpected and entirely unavoidable misfortune. She was utterly unused to deceit. The truth was her only resource. "I have to go over to Villanova to see Father Tracy," she replied simply. Eunice's eyes opened wide in astonishment. She said nothing, and Kathleen, walking as rapidly as she could, passed the couple and continued on her way. It was not until noon that Eunice arrived home, and Kathleen, with 2 hours' start, could not be overtaken. Godard, on hearing of his daughter's destination, was, for the time being, nonplussed. He would have to think this over. It was a wholly unexpected move on Kathleen's part. Cursing her in his black heart, he betook himself, accompanied by a fresh bottle of Levine's commodity, to the barn, and spent the afternoon in consultation with the bottle. About 5 o'clock, having had a brief nap, and awaking in an uglier mood than ever, he came back to the house for another bottle, and with that he disappeared until dark. He did not come into the house for his supper, and to the summons of his son Ernest he replied only with such fervent curses that Ernest, edified, returned to the house to warn the rest of the family to leave the old man alone. About 10 o'clock alone, he set out in his Ford car. The family heard him go, but this meant nothing to them. They were used to his blind rages and to his goings and comings at all hours. Exercising that kind of low cunning which he had inherited from his disreputable ancestors, and which had served him well in his many evasions of the officers of the law of the state of New York, he did not drive through the neighboring small village where Kathleen had met her sister walking, but took a devious way through obscure mountain roads to Villanova, the larger town which lay several miles inland from the lake shore and where Father Tracy lived. He left his Ford several rods up a wood road at the foot of a mountain near the edge of the town, and threaded his way through the more obscure streets in the direction of the rectory. Very few people were abroad, but when he arrived at the edge of the backyard of the parochial residence, he observed with a certain satisfaction that the house was lighted in what he supposed to be the pastor's study on the first floor. He had brought the automatic pistol which always accompanied his professional journeys over the Canadian border, but his ride in the pure Adirondack night air and the necessity for concentration in driving over the rough mountain roads had dissipated the effects of the 2 bottles of cut whiskey which he had consumed, to the degree that, as he approached the house with murder in his black heart, he did so with all the native cunning he possessed keyed to the last notch, and indeed in a state of almost preternatural caution. But within him, unleashed, burned the evil fires of rage, disappointment, and hatred against his daughter and this good priest, which had seared and hardened his evil soul to the point where he would stop at nothing. Under the stress of this stimulation, he decided suddenly not to use the pistol, and he looked about the yard for a suitable weapon. The devil placed one to his hand. There, near the back porch, lay an ideal club, a section of thin gas pipe left that very day by the local plumber who had fitted a new section to the hand pump which supplied the kitchen. He picked up the pipe, which was about 2 feet in length, and balanced it in his hand, a devilish grin contorting his bleared features. Very softly he approached the house on the side which lay in shadow, and took his stand under the lighted study window. Cautiously he raised himself to a level with the lower edge of the window, and peered through the transverse aperture left by an imperfectly pulled-down shade. Kathleen sat with her back to him, within 2 feet of the open window. On the other side of the table sat the priest. Kathleen was speaking. He craned his neck to listen, his teeth now unconsciously bared. "I think it would be better for me to go to the convent out there in the west, Father," she was saying. "For as you say, the farther away I go, the safer I would feel." The priest made some reply, of acquiescence and approval, unintelligible to Godard, who was now busily engaged in removing, with the delicate touch of a repairer of watches, the fasteners from the wire screen which separated him from his prey. It came out in his hands without a sound, and before the priest had finished his remark, Godard was in the room, cursing frenziedly, though still softly, for he was still under the influence of his cautious obsession. He sprang like a tiger through the window, and with one terrific blow had crushed his daughter's lovely head like an eggshell. Father Tracy, overcome with horror and momentarily helpless in the face of this berserk attack out of the calm mediocrity of his side yard, was the next victim. With unspeakable blasphemies on his crusted lips, foam in the corners of his mouth, Godard was upon him, and the iron bar fell again and again until all human semblance was gone in a heap of huddled pulp on the rapidly crimsoning floor of his quiet study was all that remained mortal of the kindly priest of God. Then, shivering under the fearful reaction of his holocaust, Godard, exercising the last remaining power of the stimulation of his low cunning, blew out the lamp, and as silently as a shadow slipped out through the open window onto the grass beneath. He turned back along the shadow of the house, but before he had reached the open yard behind, he bethought him abruptly of the detached wire screen which he had left leaning against the side of the house. He returned, cat-like, and busied himself with refastening it. Just as he snicked home the last of the 4 patent fasteners, footsteps approached along the sidewalk from the farther side of the house, and he crouched like an animal against the side of the house in deep, protecting shadow. The footsteps, accompanied by 2 unconstrained voices and punctuated by raucous laughs, continued past the house. Godard held his breath until it seemed to burn within his breast, and furtively, cat-like, watched with unwinking small eyes the 2 uncertainly outlined figures pass the house. At last they were gone, and noiselessly he slipped again along the side of the house in the protecting shadow, and disappeared in the tangle of weeds at the end of the yard. Again, by back streets, he threaded his way tortuously toward the mountain road where he had concealed his car. As he stepped cautiously out onto the main road which led into the village of Villanova, he almost ran into 2 large men who were standing, smoking silently, at the roadside. Involuntarily he stopped, and the 2 turned toward him. A blinding flash dazzled his eyes as one of the men turned the gleam of an electric flashlight in the direction of the furtive shape which had broken in upon their meditation. At once Godard was recognized. It was the 2 men who had passed the rectory while he was replacing the wire screen in the window. Both hailed him by name. "What you a doing way out here this time of night, Pierre?" came the full bass of Martin Delaney. "Gosh almighty, thought you was a ghost or something." It was the squeaky voice of Louis Legrand. Shaking in abject terror, the stimulation of his bloodlust entirely dissipated and no longer supporting him, Pierre Godard could only stand, his knees shaking and knocking, and goggle back at his interlocutors. At last, after the passage of several moments, and a new look, one of curiosity, had implanted itself on the faces of the 2 countrymen. Godard managed to gasp in a dry, throaty voice, not at all like his own, something about a piece of business here in Villanova. And not waiting to ascertain what effect his unusual preoccupation might have upon Delaney and Legrand, he hastened at a kind of shambling trot down the main road toward his hidden car. Both Delaney and Legrand were very much mystified at Godard's unusual behavior. The two cronies, commonly bereft of all but the usual topics of local conversation, which were anything but interesting, made the most of this mild mystery. Therefore, it was very firmly implanted in their rather obtuse minds that there could be only one possible author of the horrible crime which had been committed in the rectory, when the little town buzzed and seethed with it the next morning. By 10 o'clock of that Friday, a posse was out after Godard, under the direction of a deputy sheriff and equipped with 3 automobiles, and had traced him as far as Willsboro Point by an imperfection in one of his tires, when the search was abruptly terminated by finding the car itself, which he had abandoned at the side of the Point Road, at the intersection of another road which led down to the shore of the lake. It did not require more than very average intelligence of Deputy Sheriff McClear to come to the obvious conclusion that he had got across the lake and into Vermont, a conclusion corroborated by the statement of an irate resident camper who had been searching during the past hour and a half for a missing St. Lawrence skiff in which the camper had planned to go perch fishing that morning, and which could nowhere be discovered. The posse drove back to Willsboro Station and notified the Vermont authorities at Burlington by telegraph. Then Deputy Sheriff McClear reported to his superior, who got in touch with Albany, asking requisition papers on the governor of the state of Vermont for a fugitive who had, the night before, brutally murdered his own daughter and a blameless priest of God. But the Vermont authorities, although they took due action upon the telegraphed information, which contained an exact description of Godard, failed signally to get on the track of the fugitive from justice who had left the New York shore, unmistakably from Willsboro Point. Every usual precaution was taken, and for some time it was surmised that Godard, familiar with the lake shores from a lifetime of contiguous residence, and from his professional activities as a rum runner, had managed to land on the Vermont side and make his escape into the mountains. The greatest puzzle was what could have become of that St. Lawrence skiff, which he had discovered so opportunely. Some of the clearer-headed of those who set themselves to solve this problem came to the conclusion that Godard, desiring to conceal from his pursuers the point of his departure inland in Vermont, had scuttled the boat near the shore's edge, which he could easily have managed, either by smashing a hole or two after landing, weighting down the skiff with rocks and shoving her out into the deep waters of the lake, or by doing the scuttling before landing and swimming ashore. At any rate, there was on the Vermont side no trace, either of the fugitive or of the delicate little vessel in which he had left the New York side. As Godard sped away from the vicinity of Villanova, it required from him every particle of concentration he could summon to drive at all. He opened up his dingy little car, which had, despite its battered appearance, an excellent engine, and hitting the high spots of the twining, rough mountain roads, he concentrated every effort in the blind urge to put as many miles as possible between himself and the scene of his horrible crime. It was only when after several miles of incredible bumping and swaying he had reached a state road that a definite objective for his flight began to take form in his harassed and befuddled mind. As he gave fragmentary thought to this pressing problem, something of his native low cunning reasserted itself. His evil mind began to function. It first became plain to him that he could not return to his squalid home. He had been seen and recognized. His one hope was that the crushed and mangled bodies of his unfortunate victims might not be discovered until morning. There was no good reason why they should be discovered. The priest, as he knew very well, lived alone except for a superannuated old woman who was his housekeeper, and this ancient crone had unquestionably retired for the night long before his arrival in Villanova. Being ancient and decrepit, she could be trusted to sleep through everything until morning. Barring a night call for Father Tracy, the chances were excellent that the bodies would not be discovered until sometime the next morning. It was now a little after midnight. It would be light around 4 o'clock. He had something like 4 hours to work in. He speeded up the car along the lake shore southward. He would go up the lake, as the southerly direction for some inexplicable reason was called locally, away from Canada. Canada had been his first lucid thought, but that, as he reasoned cunningly, would necessitate a wider detour, or else passing through Plattsburgh, and he wished to risk neither the loss of time nor the dash through a good-sized city, even at 1 o'clock in the morning. Therefore he turned south in the direction of Essex. As he neared Willsborough, the town just north of Essex, a brand new idea occurred to him. By abandoning his car somewhere hereabouts, he could get an earlier start for crossing the lake into Vermont. With every mile he traveled, the lake narrowed, but straight across from Willsborough it would be only 4 miles, and he reasoned he would rather be out on the lake in the dim dusk of early morning than attempting to conceal his car and steal a boat in anything approaching daylight. Some early morning fisherman would be sure to see him. A little past the Willsborough railroad station, therefore, his idea having begotten another in his cunning brain, this time something in the nature of an inspiration, he turned his car sharply to the left, grinning evilly as he acted upon his newest hunch, and ran back nearly at right angles with his previous course down upon Willsborough Point. This is a peninsula several miles in length, running northeasterly, a section of fine farmland in the center, its 2 shores thickly populated by summer campers, city people for the most part. No one pursuing would ever imagine that he had turned off, he reasoned. Besides, the city people at the camps had canoes, and in a canoe, from somewhere near the point's end, he could, with the greatest ease, make his unseen way out to one of the 4 brother islands, conceal the canoe in some dense thicket of underbrush, and effectually hide out. There were, too, lake gulls' eggs in abundance on the islands, and no one would suspect until it was too late that he had done otherwise than attempt to make his escape either into Canada, his own first idea, or across the lake into Vermont. The car was his immediate problem, but there was no way of solving that. There was, as he well knew, no water along the shore deep enough to permit his sending it at full speed over the edge into the lake, and so hiding it effectually. He left it directly in the road and slunk down to the lake shore at his right in search of a canoe. His luck held. At the very first camp he reached, he found not only canoes, but a St. Lawrence skiff, a staunch type of boat, round-bottomed, sharp-nosed at both ends, a boat capable, like a canoe, of being managed with a light paddle, but although equally fast, infinitely stauncher and less dangerous than any canoe. Silently he launched out into the lake, and with swift yet noiseless paddle strokes shot his stolen skiff out into the blackness in the direction of the 4 brothers. These islands, les Isles des Quatre Vents of the voyageurs, are old haunts of the lake smugglers. They lie from the viewpoint of one approaching them directly from the point shore, in the order of a mouth, nose, and 2 eyes, roughly speaking. The nearest, called the Mouth, was sighted after a few minutes of vigorous paddling by Godard, who passed it to the right or southerly direction. It had upon it a cabin, former residence of the keeper of the gulls, which are protected by state law. Godard was not looking for the comforts of cabins. He passed the Nose, a low-lying, swampy island, and paddled on to the island which would correspond to the left eye. This, the most rarely visited of the islands infested with gulls, presents, like its fellow eye, a precipitous shore all around, and is heavily forested with evergreen and thick virgin underbrush. Guided precisely by the noise of the gulls, which are constantly bickering, and then by his own keen eyesight, Godard carefully navigated the little island, finally landing and drawing the skiff into a tiny bay which was little more than a cleft in the guano-covered rocks. He concealed the skiff, despite the darkness, with immense cleverness, and began the difficult ascent of the cliff. At last, bruised, spent, and befouled with guano, he reached the summit and half-walked, half-crawled through the tangled underbrush toward the almost impenetrable center. In his ascent he had disturbed countless nesting gulls, and their din, to his strained and tautened nerves, was distracting, but the increased noise did not trouble him. The gulls were always at it, day and night, and such an increase would not be heard 1.5 miles away on the sleeping point. It was, curiously enough, the spider-webs that really annoyed him. Undisturbed for centuries, these midnight spinners had worked and spun and plundered the air without hindrance. As Godard pushed his precipitous way up the rocks and then again through the almost impenetrable underbrush, he was constantly brushing away long clinging webs, which crossed and recrossed before his face and neck, and about his scratched and bleeding hands and wrists. As he penetrated farther and farther toward the slightly conical center of the little island, it seemed to him that both the restraining pressure and the clinging tenacity of the webs were on the increase, but his native wit assured him that this impression was due to his fatigue and the reaction from the enormous amount of bad whiskey he had imbibed during the afternoon. He was indeed in the very depths of reactive depression. He cursed softly and bitterly, with a despairing note of self-pity as the webs, ever thicker and stronger as it seemed, appeared almost to reach out after him, to bar his way to effectual concealment. At last, trembling in every limb, the salt sweat running into his parched mouth, shaking and weak, he observed that he was stepping slightly downhill. His progress since leaving the upper edge of the cliff had been slightly ascending. He had reached the approximate center of the island. Warily he paused, and almost sobbing out his bitter curses, tore fretfully, with trembling fingers, at a great mass of thick, silky web that had attached itself to his mouth. As he looked about him through the darkness, and felt with his hands for a comparatively level place on which to sit down, he almost shrieked. He had put his hand down on something feathery, soft, and yielding to the touch. He looked, horrified, at the ground. Gibbering in mortal terror, he drew a box of matches from his pocket, and cupping his hands cautiously drew one across the side of the box. The flare of the safety match revealed something white. He looked closer, stooping near the ground and carefully guarding the flame of his match, and he saw that it was the body of a gull. Something, he thought, something that seemed as big as his two fists, scampered away through the underbrush, awkwardly, a lumpish kind of thing, a mink or weasel, his reason reassured him. The match went out, burning his fingers, and a pall of sudden blackness fell upon him. Terrified, less moved with the caution of a lifelong habitude for concealment, now he struck another match and examined the gull by its yellow flare. From the bird's throat ran two thin streams of blood. The blood stained his hands as he picked it up. The gull was warm, living. It struggled sinuously, faintly, in his hands. All about it, about its head and about its legs, and pinning its powerful wings close to its side, ran great silken swaths of spider's web. The gull muttered, squeakingly, and writhed weakly between his hands. With a scream he could not suppress, he hurled it from him and attempted to rush away from this place of horror. But now, weakened by his exertions, his forces sapped by long debauchery, his nerves jangling from the terrific stress he had put upon them that night, he could not run. All about him the underbrush closed in. It seemed to him as though bent malignantly upon imprisoning him here among these nameless, silent, spinning demons which had destroyed the gull. He had hurled his matches away with that same flinging motion begotten of his horror. It was utterly impossible to recover them now. The thick blackness had closed down upon him, again at the burning out of the second match. He could feel the blood suffuse his entire body, and then recede, leaving him cold. He shivered, as he suddenly felt the sweat cold against his sodden body. Chill after chill raced down his spine. He whimpered and called suddenly upon God, the forgotten God of his erratic childhood. But God, it seemed, had no answer for him. A soft touch came delicately upon the back of his clenched right hand. Something soft, clinging and silky, passed around it. Suddenly he shrieked again, and spasmodically tore his hand loose. But even as he struggled to free his hand, a terrible pain seared his leg, a pain as though he had stepped under water upon a stingray, a pain as though a red-hot poniard had been thrust far into his calf, and then something soft and clinging fell upon his head, and he could feel the thick strands of silk being woven remorselessly through his hair and about his ears. As he sank to the ground, his consciousness rapidly waning, the first clinging, composite, deliberate strands went across his eyes. His last conscious thought was of his daughter Kathleen's soft, silky hair. It was not until nearly 2 weeks later that the skiff came to light, when 4 large rowboats slowly approached Les Isles de Quatre-Vents from the direction of the lakeside of the base of the point. Crowded into the boats were the boys from Camp Cherokee making one of their annual boat hikes to the 4 islands. Their course naturally brought them first to the island which has been called the Left Eye. The St. Lawrence skiff, loosened from its primitive fastenings by a heavy storm which had intervened, had slipped out several feet from its concealing underbrush. "Oh, look, somebody's out here already," shouted a sharp-eyed youngster in the bow of the foremost rowboat. "Can't we land here, Mr. Tanner?" asked one of the older boys when all eyes had sought out and discovered the skiff. "We have plenty of time. Nobody ever comes to this island, they say, and most of us saw the others last year." Consulting his watch, his mind on lunch ashore, the counselor in charge of the boat hike gave his consent, and the 4 rowboats drew in close to the spot where Godard had made his landing. Mr. Tanner looked closely at the skiff. "I shouldn't be a bit surprised," he remarked slowly, "if that were the skiff that was stolen from down on the point a couple weeks ago." The boys chattered excitedly while the boats lay off the shore of the Left Eye, Mr. Tanner considering. It was not impossible that the murderer, Godard, lay concealed on this island. No one had hitherto thought of such a possibility. Mr. Tanner came to a conclusion after rapid thought. He would take the skiff, thus cutting off the murderer, if indeed he were concealed on the island, from any probable escape. So far it appeared a clean course. 2 reliable older boys, placed in charge of the salvaged skiff, returned it to its owners, who promptly telephoned the sheriff. Mr. Tanner conducted his protesting flotilla across to the island which has been called the Mouth, the island on which stood the hut and where the boys' temporary campsite had been planned. The oars moved reluctantly, for the boys wanted to land and hunt the murderer. Mr. Tanner, whose responsibility lay in another direction than the apprehension of criminals, preferred to proceed according to schedule. 2 hours later, a laden rowboat put off from the point and approached the 4 brothers. The watching boys, thus, as it were, augmented by the authorities, could be restrained no longer. Mr. Tanner was able to manage it so that his 4 rowboats followed the official rowboat to the Left Eye. Beyond that, he could not control his Indians. The boys nearly swamped their boats in their eagerness to disembark. In the end, it was one of them who did actually discover Godard's remains. "Gosh!" the rest heard him shout. "Look here, everybody! Here's a thing like a mummy!" The spot was soon surrounded, the more agile boys distancing the slower-moving sheriff and constables. Godard's body, easily identifiable from its clothing, lay, or more precisely hung, in the thickest tangle of all the tangled bushes and brush which made the central, highest point of the little island almost impenetrable. At first sight it gave the impression of a bundle of clothes rather than a human body. It was, as the boy had cried out, virtually a mummy, though sodden through the draggled clothes, which Godard's progress through the tearing brush had greatly disarranged, by the effects of the heavy storm which had revealed the skiff. It gave the appearance of a human body, which, as though by some long process of time, had dried up to a mere fraction of its original bulk. It swayed, held free of the ground by the heavy brush in the brisk breeze which was blowing up the lake from the cold north. The grayish appearance of this strange simulacrum of a human form, which at first puzzled the men when they approached to disengage it from the tangled bushes, was found to be due to innumerable heavy strands of broad, opalescent, silky webbing. Webbing which had been wound about the head, about the hands and arms and legs, webbing now frayed and torn in places by the wind and the friction of the bushes. One of the constables, a heavy, rather brutal-faced person, pulled at it and rubbed it from his hands on his canvas overalls. "Looks for all the world like a spider web," he remarked laconically. "What do you suppose it can be, Herb?" addressing the deputy sheriff in charge. Herb McClear, the sheriff, pushed his way through the brush close to the body. He too examined the web, touching it gingerly with his finger, and then rubbing his finger as though something uncanny, unwholesome, had touched him. The boys, sensing something dreadful, fell silent. Several pushed their way toward Mr. Tanner and stood near him. McClear, pale now, stooped and seemed to be looking at something near the ground. "Give me that stick," he ordered. One of the constables handed him what he demanded, and with it the sheriff poked at something on the ground. Their curiosity overcoming the general sense of something queer about the whole proceeding, several of the boys and 2 of the constables shouldered through the brush toward the sheriff, now digging with his stick, his face red again from stooping and his exertions. Those standing nearest observed that the sheriff was enlarging a hole that ran into the ground near the heavy root of one of the bushes, a hole about which were heavy warps of the same gray shimmering web. The stick broke through a soft spot and sank far into the enlarged hole. "My God," they heard the sheriff say. He played delicately with the stick, as though working at something that the ground obscured. He twisted and worked it about in the hole. At last he drew it up, still carefully, gingerly, and on its end, transfixed, there came into the light of that morning a huge, frightful, maimed thing of satiny, loathsome black, like the fur of a bat, with glowing salmon-colored striping showing upon its hunched back. A spider as large as a prize peach, with great waving, now ineffective, metal-like mandibles. They saw its little burning eyes like harsh diamonds gleam once before the sheriff, holding it on the ground with his stick, set his foot on the dreadful thing. The wind blew cold from the north as the men in a tight knot half dragged, half carried the meager body of Pierre Godard hastily out through the retarding brush in silence, while a subdued and silent group of boys, closely gathered about their white-faced counselor, hurried down the declivity toward the edge of the cliff, below which they could see their boats floating down there in the clean water. End of The Left Eye by Henry S. Whitehead.
Lost Hearts by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Dixon. It was, as far as I can ascertain, in the year of 1811 that the post-chaise drew up before the door of Aswarby Hall in the heart of Lincolnshire. The little boy who was the only passenger in the chaise, and who jumped out as soon as it had stopped, looked about him with the keenest curiosity during the short interval that elapsed between the ringing of the bell and the opening of the hall door. He saw a tall, square, red brick house built in the reign of Anne. A stone-pillared porch had been added in the purer classical style of 1790. The windows of the house were many, tall and narrow, with small panes and thick white woodwork. A pediment pierced with a round window crowned the front. There were 2 wings to left and right, connected by curious glazed galleries, supported by colonnades with the central block. These wings plainly contained the stables and offices of the house. Each was surmounted by an ornamental cupola with a gilded vane. An evening light shone on the building, making the window panes glow like so many fires. Away from the hall in front stretched a flat park, studded with oaks and fringed with firs, which stood out against the sky. The clock in the church tower, buried in trees on the edge of the park, only its golden weathercock catching the light, was striking 6, and the sound came gently beating down the wind. It was altogether a pleasant impression, though tinged with the sort of melancholy appropriate to an evening in early autumn, that was conveyed to the mind of the boy, who was standing in the porch, waiting for the door to open to him. The post-chaise had brought him from Warwickshire, where some 6 months before he had been left an orphan. Now, owing to the generous offer of his elderly cousin, Mr. Abney, he had come to live at Aswarby. The offer was unexpected, because all who knew anything of Mr. Abney looked upon him as a somewhat austere recluse, into whose steady-going household the advent of a small boy would import a new and, it seemed, incongruous element. The truth is that very little was known of Mr. Abney's pursuits or temper. The professor of Greek at Cambridge had been heard to say that no one knew more of the religious beliefs of the later pagans than did the owner of Aswarby. Certainly his library contained all the then available books on the mysteries, the Orphic poems, the worship of Mithras, and the Neoplatonists. In the marble hall stood a fine group of Mithras slaying a bull, which had been imported from the Levant at great expense by the owner. He had contributed a description of it to the Gentleman's Magazine, and had written a remarkable series of articles in the Critical Museum on the superstitions of the Romans of the Lower Empire. He was looked upon in fine as a man wrapped up in his books, and it was a matter of great surprise among his neighbours that he should ever have heard of his orphan cousin Stephen Elliot, much more than he should have volunteered to make him an inmate of Aswarby Hall. Whatever may have been expected by his neighbours, it is certain that Mr. Abney, the tall, the thin, the austere, seemed inclined to give his young cousin a kindly reception. The moment the front door was opened, he darted out of his study, rubbing his hands with delight. "How are you, my boy? How are you? How old are you?" said he. "That is, you are not too much tired, I hope, by your journey to eat your supper." "No, thank you, sir," said Master Elliot. "I am pretty well." "That's a good lad," said Mr. Abney. "And how old are you, my boy?" It seemed a little odd that he should have asked the question twice in the first 2 minutes of their acquaintance. "I'm 12 years old next birthday, sir," said Stephen. "And when is your birthday, my dear boy?" 11th of September, eh? That's well. That's very well. Nearly a year hence, isn't it? I like to get these things down in my book. Sure it's 12? Certain? Yes, quite sure, sir. Well, well. Take him to Mrs. Bunch's room, Parks, and let him have his tea. Supper. Whatever it is. Yes, sir, answered the staid Mr. Parks, and conducted Stevens to the lower regions. Mrs. Bunch was the most comfortable and human person whom Stephen had as yet met at Aswarby. She made him completely at home. They were great friends in 1/4 and great friends they remained. Mrs. Bunch had been born in the neighbourhood some 50 years before the date of Stephen's arrival, and her residence at the Hall was of 20 years' standing. Consequently, if anyone knew the ins and outs of the house and the district, Mrs. Bunch knew them, and she was by no means disinclined to communicate her information. Certainly there were plenty of things about the Hall and the Hall gardens which Stephen, who was of an adventurous and inquiring turn, was anxious to have explained to him. Who built the temple at the end of the Laurel Walk? Who was the old man whose picture hung on the staircase, sitting at a table with a skull under his hand? These and many similar points were cleared up by the resources of Mrs. Bunch's powerful intellect. There were others, however, of which the explanations furnished were less satisfactory. One November evening, Stephen was sitting by the fire in the housekeeper's room reflecting on his surroundings. "Is Mr. Abney a good man, and will he go to heaven?" he suddenly asked, with the peculiar confidence which children possess in the ability of their elders to settle these questions, the decision of which is believed to be reserved for other tribunals. "Good? Bless the child," said Mrs. Bunch. "Master's as kind a soul as ever I see. Didn't I never tell you of the little boy as he took in out of the street, as you may say, this 7 years back, and the little girl, 2 years after I first come here?" "No." "Do tell me about them, Mrs. Bunch. Now, this minute." "Well," said Mrs. Bunch, "the little girl I don't seem to recollect so much about. I know Master brought her back with him from his walk one day, and gave orders to Mrs. Ellis, as was housekeeper then, as she should be took every care with, and the poor child had no one belonging to her. She told me her own self, and she lived with us a matter of 3 weeks it might be, and then whether she was something of a gipsy in her blood or what not, but one morning she out of her bed afore any of us had opened an eye, and neither track nor trace of her have I set eyes on since. Master was wonderful put about, and had all the ponds dragged. But it's my belief she was had away by them gipsies, for there was singing round the house for as much as an hour the night she went, and Parks he declare as he heard them a-calling in the woods all that afternoon. Dear, dear, a odd child she was, so silent in her ways and all, but I was wonderful taken up with her, so domesticated she was, surprising." "And what about the little boy?" said Stephen. "Ah, that poor boy," sighed Mrs. Bunch. "He were a foreigner. Jevony he called himself, and he come a-tweaking his hurdy-gurdy round and about the drive one winter day. Master had him in that minute, and asked all about where he came from, and how old he was, and how he made his way, and where was his relatives, and all as kind as a heart could wish. But it went the same way with him. They're a unruly lot, them foreign nations, I do suppose. And it was off one fine morning just the same as the girl. Why he went and what he done was our question for as much as a year after. For he never took his hurdy-gurdy, and there it lays on the shelf. The remainder of the evening was spent by Stephen in miscellaneous cross-examination of Mrs. Bunch and in efforts to extract a tune from the hurdy-gurdy. That night he had a curious dream. At the end of the passage, at the top of the house, in which his bedroom was situated, there was an old, disused bathroom. It was kept locked, but the upper half of the door was glazed, and since the muslin curtains which used to hang there had long been gone, you could look in and see a lead-lined bath affixed to the wall on the right hand, with its head towards the window. On the night of which I am speaking, Stephen Elliott found himself, as he thought, looking through the glazed door. The moon was shining through the window, and he was gazing at a figure which lay in the bath. His description of what he saw reminds me of what I once beheld myself in the famous vaults of St. Michan's Church in Dublin, which possess the horrid property of preserving corpses from decay for centuries. A figure inexpressibly thin and pathetic, of a dusty leaden colour, enveloped in a shroud-like garment, the thin lips crooked into a faint and dreadful smile, the hands pressed tightly over the region of the heart. As he looked upon it, a distant, almost inaudible moan seemed to issue from its lips, and the arms began to stir. The terror of the sight forced Stephen backwards, and he woke to the fact that he was indeed standing on the cold boarded floor of the passage in the full light of the moon. With a courage which I do not think can be common among boys of his age, he went to the door of the bathroom to ascertain if the figure of his dream were really there. It was not, and he went back to bed. Mrs. Bunch was much impressed next morning by his story, and went so far as to replace the muslin curtain over the glazed door of the bathroom. Mr. Abney, moreover, to whom he confided his experiences at breakfast, was greatly interested, and made notes of the matter in what he called his book. The spring equinox was approaching, as Mr. Abney frequently reminded his cousin, adding that this had always been considered by the ancients to be a critical time for the young, that Stephen would do well to take care of himself, and to shut his bedroom window at night, and that Censorinus had some valuable remarks on the subject. Two incidents that occurred about this time made an impression upon Stephen's mind. The first was after an unusually uneasy and oppressed night that had passed, though he could not recall any particular dream that he had had. The following evening Mrs. Bunch was occupying herself in mending his nightgown. "Gracious me, Master Stephen," she broke forth rather irritably, "how do you manage to tear your nightdress all to flinders this way? Look here, sir, what trouble you do give to poor servants that have to darn and mend after you." There was indeed a most destructive and apparently wanton series of slits or scorings in the garment, which would undoubtedly require a skilful needle to make good. They were confined to the left side of his chest, long parallel slits, about 6 inches in length, some of them not quite piecing the texture of the linen. Stephen could only express his entire ignorance of their origin. He was sure they were not there the night before. "But," he said, "Mrs. Bunch, they're just the same as the scratches on the outside of my bedroom door. I'm sure I never had anything to do with making them." Mrs. Bunch gazed at him open-mouthed, then snatched up a candle, departed hastily from the room, and was heard making her way upstairs. In a few minutes she came down. "Well," she said, "Master Stephen, it's a funny thing to me how them marks and scratches can have come there. Too high for any cat or dog to have made 'em, much less a rat. For all the world like a Chinaman's fingernails, as my uncle in the tea trade used to tell us of when we was girls together. I wouldn't say nothing to master, not if I was you, Master Stephen, my dear, and just turn the key of the door when you go to your bed. I always do, Mrs. Bunch, as soon as I've said my prayers. Ah, that's a good child. Always say your prayers, and then no one can't hurt you." Here Mrs. Bunch addressed herself to mending the injured nightgown, with intervals of meditation until bedtime. This was on a Friday night in March 1812. On the following evening, the usual duet of Stephen and Mrs. Bunch was augmented by the sudden arrival of Mr. Parkes the butler, who as a rule kept himself rather to himself in his own pantry. He did not see Stephen was there. He was moreover flustered and less slow of speech than was his wont. "Master may get up his own wine if he likes of an evening," was his first remark. "Either I do it in the daytime or not at all, Mrs. Bunch. I don't know what it may be. Very like it's the rats, or the wind got into the cellars. But I'm not so young as I was, and I can't go through it as I have done. Well, Mr. Parks, you know it is a surprising place for the rats, is the Hall. I'm not denying that, Mrs. Bunch. And to be sure, many a time I've heard the tale from the men in the shipyards about the rat that could speak. I never laid no confidence in that before, but tonight, if I demean myself to lay my ear to the door of the further bin, I could pretty much have heard what they were saying. Oh, there, Mr. Parks, I've no patience with your fancies. Rats talking in the wine cellar, indeed. Well, Mrs. Bunch, I've no wish to argue with you. All I say is, if you choose to go to the far bin and lay your ear to the door, you may prove my words this minute. What nonsense you do talk, Mr. Parks. Not fit for children to listen to. Why, you be frightening Master Stephen there out of his wits. What, Master Stephen? Said Parks, awaking to the consciousness of the boy's presence. Master Stevens knows well enough when I'm a-playing a joke with you, Mrs. Bunch. In fact, Master Stephen knew much too well to suppose that Mr. Parks had in the first instance intended a joke. He was interested, not altogether pleasantly, in the situation, but all his questions were unsuccessful in inducing the butler to give any more detailed account of his experiences in the wine cellar. We've now arrived at March 24th, 1812. It was a day of curious experiences for Stephen, a windy, noisy day, which filled the house and the gardens with a restless impression. As Stephen stood by the fence of the grounds and looked out into the park, he felt as if an endless procession of unseen people were sweeping past him on the wind, borne on resistlessly and aimlessly, vainly striving to stop themselves, to catch at something that might arrest their flight and bring them once again into contact with the living world of which they had formed a part. After luncheon that day, Mr. Abney said, Stephen, my boy, do you think you could manage to come to me tonight as late as 11 o'clock in my study? I shall be busy until that time, and I wish to show you something connected with your future life, which it is most important that you should know. You are not to mention this matter to Mrs. Bunch, nor to anyone else in the house, and you had better go to your room at the usual time. Here was a new excitement added to life. Stephen eagerly grasped at the opportunity of sitting up till 11 o'clock. He looked in at the library door on his way upstairs that evening, and saw a brazier, which he had often noticed in the corner of the room, moved out before the fire. An old silver-gilt cup stood on the table, filled with red wine, and some written sheets of paper lay near it. Mr. Abney was sprinkling some incense on the brazier from a round silver box as Stephen passed, but did not seem to notice his step. The wind had fallen, and there was a still night and a full moon. At about 10 o'clock, Stephen was standing at the open window of his bedroom, looking out over the country. Still as the night was, the mysterious population of the distant moonlit woods was not yet lulled to rest. From time to time, strange cries, as of lost and despairing wanderers, sounded from across the mere. They might be the notes of owls or waterbirds, yet they did not quite resemble either sound. Were not they coming nearer? Now they sounded from the nearer side of the water, and in a few moments they seemed to be floating about among the shrubberies. Then they ceased. But just as Stephen was thinking of shutting the window and resuming his reading of Robinson Crusoe, he caught sight of two figures standing on the gravel terrace that ran along the garden side of the hall. The figures of a boy and a girl, as it seemed. They stood side by side, looking up at the windows. Something in the form of the girl recalled irresistibly his dream of the figure in the bath. The boy espied him with more acute fear, whilst the girl stood still, half smiling, with her hands clasped over her heart. The boy, a thin shape with black hair and ragged clothing, raised his arms in the air with an appearance of menace and of unappeasable hunger and longing. The moon shone upon his almost transparent hands, and Stephen saw that the nails were fearfully long and that the light shone through them. As he stood with his arms thus raised, he disclosed a terrifying spectacle. On the left side of his chest there opened a black and gaping rent, and there fell upon Stephen's brain, rather than upon his ear, the impression of one of those hungry and desolate cries that he had heard resounding over the woods of Aswarby all that evening. In another moment this dreadful pair had moved swiftly and noiselessly over the dry gravel, and he saw them no more. Inexpressibly frightened as he was, he determined to take his candle and go down to Mr. Abney's study, for the hour appointed for their meeting was near at hand. The study door or library opened out of the front hall on one side, and Stephen, urged on by his terrors, did not take long in getting there. To effect an entrance was not so easy. It was not locked, he felt sure, for the key was on the outside of the door as usual. His repeated knocks produced no answer. Mr. Abney was engaged. He was speaking. What? Why did he try to cry out? And why was the cry choked in his throat? Had he too seen the mysterious children? But now everything was quiet, and the door yielded to Stephen's terrified and frantic pushing. On the table in Mr. Abney's study, certain papers were found which explain the situation to Stephen Elliott when he was of an age to understand them. The most important sentences were as follows. It was a belief very strongly and generally held by the ancients, of whose wisdom in these matters I have had such experiences as induces me to place confidence in their assertions, that by enacting certain processes, which to us moderns have something of a barbaric complexion, a very remarkable enlightenment of the spiritual faculties in man may be attained. That, for example, by absorbing the personalities of a certain number of his fellow creatures, an individual may gain a complete ascendancy over those orders of spiritual beings which control the elemental forces of our universe. It is recorded of Simon Magus that he was able to fly in the air, to become invisible, or to assume any form he pleased, by the agency of the soul of a boy whom, to use the libellous phrase employed by the author of the Clementine Recognitions, he had murdered. I find it set down, moreover, with considerable detail in the writings of Hermes Trismegistus, that similar happy results may be produced by the absorption of the hearts of not less than 3 human beings below the age of 21 years. To the testing of the truth of this receipt, I have devoted the greater part of the last 20 years, selecting as the corporivilia of my experiments such persons as could conveniently be removed, without occasioning a sensible gap in society. The first step I effected by the removal of one Phoebe Stanley, a girl of gypsy extraction, on March the 24th, 1792. The second, by the removal of a wandering Italian lad named Giovanni Puali, on the night of March 23rd, 1805. The final victim, to employ a word repugnant in the highest degree to my feelings, must be my cousin, Stephen Elliott. His day must be this March the 24th, 1812. The best means of effecting the required absorption is to remove the heart from the living subject, to reduce it to ashes, and to mingle them with about a pint of some red wine, preferably port. The remains of the first 2 subjects at least it will be well to conceal. A disused bathroom or wine cellar will be found convenient for such a purpose. Some annoyance may be experienced from the psychic portion of the subjects, which popular language dignifies by the name of ghosts. But the man of philosophic temperament, to whom alone the experiment is appropriate, will be little prone to attach importance to the feeble efforts of these beings to wreak their vengeance on him. I contemplate with the liveliest satisfaction the enlarged and emancipated existence which the experiment, if successful, will confer on me, not only placing me beyond the reach of human justice, so called, but eliminating to a great extent the prospect of death itself. Mr. Abney was found in his chair, his head thrown back, his face stamped with an expression of rage, fright, and mortal pain. In his left side was a terrible lacerated wound, exposing the heart. There was no blood in his hands, and a long knife that lay on the table was perfectly clean. A savage wildcat might have inflicted the injuries. The window of the study was opened, and it was the opinion of the coroner that Mr. Abney had met his death by the agency of some wild creature. But Stephen Elliott's study of the papers I've quoted led him to a very different conclusion. The End of Lost Hearts.
The Man Who Was Not Afraid by Howl Oren Cummins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. The Man Who Was Not Afraid by Howl Oren Cummins. 4 young men sat around a table one winter's night in an old New England country house. Their host, Richard Churchill, was a civil engineer who had inherited some property, including this old estate, from an aunt, and he was giving a little winter stag party to 3 of his old college friends. On the table was a steaming punch bowl, and scattered about were pipes, tobacco, and cigars. The conversation touched lightly on various subjects: the struggle in the islands, the coming great presidential contest, and other current events. Captain Van Patten, a West Point graduate, who had done some things worthy of mention, and won the bars on his shoulder straps at San Juan Hill, had just made a statement regarding the courage of a recent great naval commander. You may talk about the courage that prompts men to do bold deeds in the bright sunshine, with hundreds of men cheering and fighting beside them, but the man who has the real courage is the one who, on a dark night like this, dares to walk by himself into a lonely graveyard and sit on a newly made grave. It was the host who had spoken, but as he had had the reputation at college of being afraid of the dark, there was a general laugh at his expense. "That," said one of the other young men, who was a doctor, and so accustomed to gruesome sights, "doesn't require much courage. And besides," he added, looking at the deep snowbanks outside, "one couldn't very well sit on a newly made grave tonight, for the ground is frozen solid, and there are snowdrifts 2 feet deep. However, there are several bodies in the vault over in the cemetery yonder, and I am willing to wager that no one here dares walk over and knock 3 times on the iron door." "It seems to me," answered Captain Van Patten carelessly, "that you civilians have a very primitive idea of courage. If you will make a wager that would tempt a man to leave this most delicious punch and such delightful company, I will venture to go over and bring back a souvenir from your terrible tomb. Churchill, our host here, as nearest resident to the village graveyard, is no doubt supplied with a key to the tomb." He looked inquiringly at the young civil engineer, who nodded. "Well, as I remarked before, for a sufficient wager, I will agree to bring back to you one of the bats which probably haunt the place." The doctor, somewhat nettled at the bantering tone of the captain, rose as if to make what he was about to say more impressive, and said slowly, "In that tomb there was placed this afternoon the body of Andrew Phelps, who died in church last Sunday from heart failure. The clothes of the corpse included a black frock suit and a black silk tie. I know these things because the village undertaker was away, and I was called in to assist in preparing the body for burial. I will wager this gentleman, who seems not to be afraid," he added sarcastically, $100 that he does not dare, at 12 o'clock tonight, leave this courageous company, unlock the tomb, force open the coffin, and bring back to this room within the hour that same black neckcloth." "Taken," answered the captain promptly, and drawing a cheque-book from his pocket, he wrote a cheque for the amount. "And now," he continued, "as I see the clock indicates 11:30, I shall have to request as quickly as possible the loan of a hammer and screwdriver." They brought him the necessary tools. He wrapped himself in his greatcoat and left the house, whistling nonchalantly. "I didn't tell him which was the squire's coffin," said the doctor after Van Patten had left. "It might give even his iron nerves a shock if he opened the coffin in which they buried the remains of the tramp who was run over on the Central last week and was picked up in pieces in a basket, all except the head, which was never found." Van Patten trudged along through the snow toward the tomb. He wasn't a timid young man in any sense of the word, and the present excursion was nothing but a little adventure, which he could work up with frequent tellings into a good after-dinner story. "Rather nasty night," he muttered to himself as he turned in at the cemetery gate. There was not a star in sight, and the sky was full of great threatening black clouds, which probably meant snow before morning. He unlocked the tomb and stepped inside, but it was some time before he could make out in the inky darkness where what he was seeking lay. There were 3 wooden boxes resting on iron bars set into the cement walls. All were of about the same length, and there was nothing by which to distinguish one from the other as he felt them over. It's a wonder he wouldn't have told me there was a party of them here. How's a man to know who's who? Said the captain to himself, and he gave a slight shiver. Well, here goes for luck anyway. And he began to unscrew the lid from the nearest coffin box. After some 10 minutes' work, he had the wooden cover off and tried to pry the coffin open. The thing gave way at last, and he thrust his hand in and groped about the neck of the body, feeling for the tie. His hand met only a mass of lace and ribbons, and to his dismay he discovered that the corpse was that of a woman. He hurriedly replaced the cover, screwed on the lid again, and wiped the sweat from his brow. There was not a sound in the vault save a thud now and then, when a piece of the ceiling, loosened by frost, fell to the floor, or struck on one of the wooden boxes. The humour of the situation was all gone now, and he was trembling as he began to work on the second box. Every few minutes his shaking hands slipped, and the screwdriver would jam against the box with a dull, echoing thud. In his feverish haste he tried to turn the heavy screws with his bare fingers, but the rough edges cut him cruelly, and the box was soon splashed with blood. He did not feel the pain, however, and only worked the faster. He loosened but did not wholly remove the lid of the box, and then reached down to pry off the coffin cover, but he found that it was not fastened. He thrust his hand in, and felt again for the throat, but to his horror there was no throat there. He passed his hand up higher, and felt for the face, and there was only a little bunch of frozen flowers. "You're losing your head, Pat," he said to himself, but his voice was hollow, and echoed strangely in that gruesome shut-in place. He reached farther down and felt along the arm. He gave a little pull on the hand, and it came off at the wrist. Thoroughly unmanned, he threw the thing on the floor and ran shrieking from the tomb. Once outside again, the cold air brought him back to himself a little, but he could feel the touch of those icy fingers on his trembling hand. He was partly dazed, and could not reason rightly. The long strain had been too much for him, but one thought remained uppermost in his mind. He must get that black silk neckcloth from the man whose coffin still remained unopened. He forced himself back into the tomb, but his heart fluttered strangely as he knelt beside the last box. He did not stop to remove the screws, but drove the hammer under the cover, and twisted and wrenched the boards off furiously. The coffin lid withstood his efforts for some time, for the fastenings were strong, but at last they too gave way. He reached down for the throat again, dreading lest he should find some new horror. His hand touched a moist face, and the man in the coffin stirred and groaned. "Lie still, damn you!" he shrieked, and seized the man brutally by the throat. A hand, cold and clammy, clutched his feebly. "Let go!" he screamed with another curse, and struck the face angrily with his hand. He tore the neckcloth, collar and all from the man's throat, and started to turn away, when a low voice came from the coffin. With a laugh that was not nice to hear, Van Patten staggered across the vault. As he neared the door, his head struck against one of the iron coffin supports, and he fell heavily to the ground. Van Patten's 3 friends sat around the table in the country house, anxiously waiting for the return of the captain. The wager was lost to Van Patten, for it was nearly 2 hours since he had left the house, and the men were about to start out in search of him, when the front door opened and someone staggered into the lighted room from the hall. But the white-faced man who lurched toward them, with clothes torn and covered with blood, was not the captain, but Andrew Phelps. He talked wildly and incoherently, but they gathered from his ravings that he had been rescued from a living grave by someone who had immediately set upon him like a madman. Leaving the doctor with him, the other two men started out in search of the missing captain. They did not find him on the road leading to the cemetery, but when they neared the vault, they found the door half opened, while the sound of maniacal singing came out through the night. They pushed the door wide open, and there by the dim light of the lanterns a strange sight shocked their gaze. 2 of the coffins were broken open. One was empty, but partially in the other, and partly scattered about the tomb, as if thrown as a child tosses its playthings, were some ghastly things, the sight of which made young Churchill sick and faint. On the edge of the coffin in which the body of the tramp had been placed sat Van Patten. He did not look up as they entered. They brought the light close to his face, but he only leered vacantly at them and continued singing. In one hand he held something on which he was trying to fit his fur glove, and at his feet lay a torn black neckcloth. The end of The Man Who Was Not Afraid by Howl Oren Cummins. Recording by Andy Sames.
A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. There was once a little man whose mother made him a beautiful suit of clothes. It was green and golden woven, so that I cannot describe how delicate and fine it was, and there was a tie of orange fluffiness that tied up under his chin, and the buttons in their newness shone like stars. He was proud and pleased by his suit beyond measure, and stood before the long looking-glass when first he put it on, so astonished and delighted with it that he could hardly turn himself away. He wanted to wear it everywhere and show it to all sorts of people. He thought over all the places he had ever visited and all the scenes he had ever heard described, and tried to imagine what the feel of it would be if he were to go now to those scenes and places wearing his shining suit. And he wanted to go out forthwith into the long grass and the hot sunshine of the meadow wearing it, just to wear it. But his mother told him no. She told him he must take great care of his suit, for never would he have another nearly so fine. He must save it and only wear it on rare and great occasions. It was his wedding suit, she said, and she took his buttons and twisted them up with tissue paper for fear their bright newness should be tarnished, and she tacked little guards over the cuffs and elbows and wherever the suit was most likely to come to harm. He hated and resisted these things, but what could he do? And at last her warnings and persuasions had effect, and he consented to take off his beautiful suit and fold it into its proper creases and put it away. It was almost as though he gave it up again, but he was always thinking of wearing it and of the supreme occasion when some day it might be worn without the guards, without the tissue paper on the buttons, utterly and delightfully, never caring, beautiful beyond measure. One night, when he was dreaming of it, after his habit, he dreamed he took the tissue paper from one of the buttons and found its brightness a little faded, and that distressed him mightily in his dream. He polished the poor faded button and polished it, and if anything it grew duller. He woke up and lay awake thinking of the brightness, a little dulled, and wondering how he would feel if perhaps when the great occasion, whatever it might be, should arrive, one button should chance to be ever so little short of its first glittering freshness, and for days and days that thought remained with him, distressingly. And when next his mother let him wear his suit, he was tempted and nearly gave way to the temptation just to fumble off one little bit of tissue paper and see if indeed the buttons were keeping as bright as ever. He went trimly along on his way to church, full of this wild desire. For you must know his mother did, with repeated and careful warnings, let him wear his suit at times, on Sundays for example, to and fro from church, where there was no threatening of rain, no dust nor anything to injure it, with its buttons covered and its protections tacked upon it, and a sunshade in his hand to shadow it if there seemed too strong a sunlight for its colours. And always, after such occasions, he brushed it over and folded it exquisitely as she had taught him, and put it away again. Now, all these restrictions his mother set to the wearing of his suit he obeyed. Always he obeyed them, until one strange night he woke up and saw the moonlight shining outside his window. It seemed to him the moonlight was not common moonlight, nor the night a common night, and for a while he lay quite drowsily with this odd persuasion in his mind. Thought joined on to thought, like things that whisper warmly in the shadows. Then he sat up in his little bed suddenly, very alert, with his heart beating very fast, and a quiver in his body from top to toe. He had made up his mind. He knew now that he was going to wear his suit as it should be worn. He had no doubt in the matter. He was afraid, terribly afraid, but glad. He got out of his bed and stood a moment by the window looking at the moonshine-flooded garden and trembling at the thing he meant to do. The air was full of a minute clamour of crickets and murmurings, of the infinitesimal shouting of little living things. He went very gently across the creaking boards for fear that he might wake the sleeping house, to the big dark clothes-press wherein his beautiful suit lay folded, and he took it out garment by garment, and softly and very eagerly tore off its tissue paper covering and its tacked protections, until there it was, perfect and delightful as he had seen it when first his mother had given it to him, a long time it seemed ago. Not a button had tarnished, not a thread had faded on this dear suit of his. He was glad enough for weeping, as in a noiseless hurry he put it on. And then back he went, soft and quick, to the window and looked out upon the garden and stood there for a minute, shining in the moonlight, with his buttons twinkling like stars, before he got out on the sill and, making as little of a rustling as he could, clambered down to the garden path below. He stood before his mother's house, and it was white and nearly as plain as by day, with every window blind but his own shut like an eye that sleeps. The trees cast still shadows like intricate black lace upon the wall. The garden in the moonlight was very different from the garden by day. Moonshine was tangled in the hedges and stretched in phantom cobwebs from spray to spray. Every flower was gleaming white or crimson black, and the air was aquiver with the threading of small crickets and nightingales singing unseen in the depths of the trees. There was no darkness in the world, but only warm, mysterious shadows, and all the leaves and spikes were edged and lined with iridescent jewels of dew. The night was warmer than any night had ever been, the heavens by some miracle at once vaster and nearer, and, spite of the great ivory-tinted moon that ruled the world, the sky was full of stars. The little man did not shout nor sing for all his infinite gladness. He stood for a time like one awe-stricken, and then, with a queer small cry and holding out his arms, he ran out as if he would embrace at once the whole warm round immensity of the world. He did not follow the neat set paths that cut the garden squarely, but thrust across the beds and through the wet, tall scented herbs, through the night stock and the nicotine and the clusters of phantom white mallow flowers, and through the thickets of southernwood and lavender, and knee-deep across a wide space of mignonette. He came to the great hedge, and he thrust his way through it, and though the thorns of the bramble scored him deeply and tore threads from his wonderful suit, and though burrs and goosegrass and havers caught and clung to him, he did not care. He did not care, for he knew it was all part of the wearing for which he had longed. "I am glad I put on my suit," he said. "I am glad I wore my suit." Beyond the hedge he came to the duck pond, or at least to what was the duck pond by day, but by night it was a great bowl of silver moonshine, all noisy with singing frogs, of wonderful silver moonshine twisted and clotted with strange patternings. And the little man ran down into its waters between the thin black rushes, knee-deep and waist-deep, and to his shoulders, smiting the water to black and shining wavelets with either hand, swaying and shivering wavelets, amid which the stars were netted in the tangled reflections of the brooding trees upon the bank. He waded until he swam, and so he crossed the pond and came out upon the other side, trailing, as it seemed to him, not duckweed, but very silver in long, clinging, dripping masses. And up he went through the transfigured tangles of the willow herb and the uncut seeding grass of the farther bank. And so he came, glad and breathless, into the high road. "I am glad," he said, "beyond measure, that I had clothes that fitted this occasion." The high road ran straight as an arrow flies, straight into the deep blue pit of sky beneath the moon, a white and shining road between the singing nightingales, and along it he went, running now and leaping, and now walking and rejoicing, in the clothes his mother had made for him with tireless, loving hands. The road was deep in dust, but that for him was only soft whiteness, and as he went, a great dim moth came fluttering round his wet and shimmering and hastening figure. At first he did not heed the moth, and then he waved his hands at it and made a sort of dance with it as it circled round his head. "Soft moth," he cried, "dear moth, and wonderful night of the world, do you think my clothes are beautiful, dear moth? As beautiful as your scales and all the silver vesture of the earth and sky?" And the moth circled closer and closer until at last its velvet wings just brushed his lips. Then next morning they found him dead, with his neck broken in the bottom of the stone pit, with his beautiful clothes a little bloody and foul and stained with the duckweed from the pond. But his face was a face of such happiness that, had you seen it, you would have understood indeed how that he had died happy, never knowing the cool and streaming silver for the duckweed in the pond. End of A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Most Horrible Story by John W. Jakes. The room was a very plain room. It had 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor. But it was new to Thompson because he had never seen it before. He stood in a relaxed fashion, studying it. There was a desk in the centre of the room. It was grey, but Thompson could not identify the material from which it was made. A very old man with a clipped beard sat behind the desk. A candle flickered in a brass holder on top of the desk. "Pardon me," said Thompson. The old man looked at him. He had been looking at Thompson for a long time. In fact, Thompson could not remember a time when the old man had not been looking at him. "You like horror stories, I take it," the old man said. "That's why you're here. Everybody in the world likes a good horror story, at least once in their lives." "Yes," said Thompson, filled with vague relief. "I guess that's why I'm here." "Fine," said the old man. He reached into the desk. Where, Thompson couldn't tell. Just out of sight. No drawers slid. But his hands came out and they held a white card. Again they vanished. This time they held a metal-pointed pen. There was ink in the pen. It shone with a night blue lustre in the candle flame. "Name?" said the old man. "James Thompson." "Born?" Thompson thought a minute. "March 3rd, 1902. Is all this necessary?" The old man seemed annoyed. "Of course. We must have all the records in order that you may become a full-time member." "Full-time member of what?" Thompson asked. He noticed that the pen seemed always full of ink. "The Horror Book Club, of course," the old man replied. He scratched on the card, writing down the information Thompson had given him. Then he put both card and pen out of sight under the desk. His hands came back up, empty. "Everything has been taken care of," he said, smiling. "You've been admitted." "Is that right?" Thompson said aloud. He had begun to wonder whether membership in this club was exclusive. The candle kept on burning, but it stayed the same size. What kind of books do you have? I mean, could you let me have an idea of some of your titles? Dracula, Frankenstein, The Turn of the Screw, things like that?" The old man laughed again, this time like he was chiding a small and extremely foolish child. "Oh no, Mr. Thompson. We deal in actual stark horror. We never use second-rate products." The hands dipped down again. Thompson wondered if it was some kind of game. They came back up. They put a book on the desk. It was a thin book, roughly a foot square. It had a whitish cover. The old man's fingers rasped on the cover when he put it down on the desk. "Human skin," the old man said cheerfully. "Very good binding." Yes," said Thompson. He glanced at the cover. In square letters, the cover said "The Most Horrible Story in the World." Smaller type, down near the lower right-hand corner, said "James Thompson, January 3, 1953. "Why, that's today," Thompson said. The old man waved. "A formality. We always record on the books when a new member enters the club. Keeps the records straight." "Oh," Thompson said. "Do I just start reading?" The old man shook his head and got up. He took the book in one hand, the candle in the other. "I'll conduct you to one of our reading rooms. We provide special reading rooms for the use of our members." Thompson did not comment. He followed the old man. They went through an opening in the wall that he had not seen before, but it was in a dim corner, difficult to see clearly. They walked down a long hall. On each side of the hall were closed doors. The candle made shapes move on the walls. "What's that screaming?" Thompson asked, a bit puzzled. "It seems to come from behind these doors." "That's right," the old man said over his shoulder. "This is the Horror Book Club, you know. All of our members take an active interest in their reading. They participate. They get horrified. It's really a horrible book, you know." "Is it?" Thompson felt a slight tingle of expectancy run along his back. He felt somewhat masochistic at the moment. A new thought struck him. "Is that the only book you carry?" "Yes," said the old man. "We've had many editions made. It's the most horrible story in the world. You understand. The most horrible one ever conceived. That's why all our members read it." The hall seemed to stretch on endlessly. Doors marched by, screams faded, new screams took their place. "How late are you open?" Thompson asked. "I stay here all the time," the old man said. "Members are always coming in. They usually stay for a long time. The book is irresistible." "Must be," Thompson said. Finally they came to a door. The old man stopped. He seemed to pull at the door and it opened, although there was no handle on it. He motioned Thompson inside. The reading room had one chair and one table. An unlit candle stood on the table. The old man applied flame from his candle. "Severe," he said, indicating the room, "but functional. All you really need to enjoy a good horror story." "Well, thanks," Thompson stammered. The old man put the book down on the table. Is it customary to pay or tip?" Thompson said awkwardly. "Oh, no. The founders take care of that." Founders? Still alive, eh?" "Oh, certainly. Must like horror stories to set up a place like this." "They do," the old man assured him. "Well, I hope you like the book." He walked out and closed the door. Thompson said, "Well," a couple of times, saw that no one was listening, laughed foolishly and sat down on the chair. He picked up the book, feeling the tingle on his spine once more. He opened the book. He began to read. It was a very short story. He finished it almost immediately, and it certainly was horrible, almost too horrible. He closed the book and got up. His face felt very pale. He went to the door. He tried to open it. It would not open. "Old man!" he yelled. "Old man! Old man!" He was so insistent in his yelling that he did not stop to think about the other screaming out in the hall. He expected the old man to come, and he did. The old man's voice said through the door, "Yes?" "I don't like this book," Thompson said. The old man said nothing. "And the door's locked. I want to leave." "You can't." "What do you mean I can't? What kind of place is this anyway?" His tone was threatening, belligerent, and weak. "You're a member now." It was very final. Thompson felt that the old man was gone. He shouted, "Old man! Old man!" There was no answer. He went back to the table. His stomach seemed to be gone. He opened the book. He read the story again. He couldn't help reading it. It had a kind of fascination. He began to see the true horror in the tale. When he had reread it for the 5th time, he started to scream. Everybody else screamed. Why shouldn't he? After all, he was in the mood. His stomach felt icy. The candle kept on burning, but it stayed the same size. His eyes showed a glazed expression of madness as the full import of what he had just read registered on his mind. And then he screamed and screamed. He alternated between periods of screaming and reading, and each time he read the book, it became more horrible. The infinity of horrible horror was something too vast to contemplate. He felt no need for food, or water, or sleep. The story was so horrible. Thompson stopped screaming again and opened the book, perhaps for the 1000th time. He anticipated it now, anticipated the screaming it would cause. The candle kept on burning. Thompson read the story from the book of skin with his name on it. He read it rapidly. It was a very short story. You're dead. End of the most horrible story by John W. Jakes.
Pickman's Model by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PlagueMonk. You needn't think I'm crazy, Elliot. Plenty of others have queerer prejudices than this. Why don't you laugh at Oliver's grandfather, who won't ride in a motor? If I don't like that damned subway, it's my own business. And we got here more quickly anyhow in the taxi. We'd have had to walk up the hill from Park Street if we'd taken the car. I know I'm more nervous than I was when you saw me last year. But you don't need to hold a clinic over it. There's plenty of reason, God knows, and I fancy I'm lucky to be sane at all. Why the 3rd degree? You didn't used to be so inquisitive. Well, if you must hear it, I don't know why you shouldn't. Maybe you ought to, anyhow, for you kept writing me like a grieved parent when you heard I'd begun to cut to the art club and keep away from Pickman. Now that he's disappeared, I go around to the club once in a while, but my nerves aren't what they were. No, I don't know what's become of Pickman, and I don't like to guess. You might have surmised I had some inside information when I dropped him, and that's why I don't want to think where he's gone. Let the police find what they can. It won't be much, judging from the fact that they don't know yet of the old North End place he hired under the name of Peters. I'm not sure that I could find it again myself. Not that I'd ever try. even in broad daylight. Yes, I do know, or am afraid I know, why he maintained it. I'm coming to that. And I think you'll understand before I'm through why I don't tell the police. They would ask me to guide them, but I couldn't go back there even if I knew the way. There was something there, and now I can't use the subway or, and you may as well have your laugh at this too, go down into cellars anymore. I should think you'd have known I didn't drop Pickman for the same silly reasons that fussy old women like Dr. Reed or Joe Minot or Bosworth did. Morbid art doesn't shock me, and when a man has the genius Pickman had, I feel it an honor to know him, no matter what direction his work takes. Boston never had a greater painter than Richard Upton Pickman. I said it at first, and I say it still, and I never swerved an inch either, when he showed that ghoul feeding. That, you remember, was when Minot cut him. You know, it takes profound art and profound insight into nature to turn out stuff like Pickman's. Any magazine cover hack can splash paint around wildly and call it a nightmare or a witch's sabbath or a portrait of the devil. But only a great painter can make such a thing really scare or ring true. That's because only a real artist knows the actual anatomy of the terrible, or the physiology of fear, the exact sort of lines and proportions that connect up with latent instincts or hereditary memories of fright, and the proper color contrasts and lighting effects to stir the dormant sense of strangeness. I don't have to tell you why a Fuseli really brings a shiver while a cheap ghost story frontispiece merely makes us laugh. There's something those fellows catch, beyond life, that they're able to make us catch for a second. Doré had it, Syme has it, Angarola of Chicago has it, and Pickman had it as no man ever had it before, or, I hope to heaven, ever will again. Don't ask me what it is they see. You know, in ordinary art, there's all the difference in the world between the vital, breathing things drawn from nature or models, and the artificial truck that commercial small fry reel off in a bare studio by rule. Well, I should say that the really weird artist has a kind of vision which makes models, or summons up what amounts to actual scenes from the spectral world he lives in. Anyhow, he manages to turn out results that differ from the pretender's mince-pie dreams in just about the same way that the life painter's results differ from the concoctions of a correspondence school cartoonist. If I had ever seen what Pickman saw, but no. Here, let's have a drink before we get any deeper. Gad, I wouldn't be alive if I'd ever seen what that man, if he was a man, saw. You recall that Pickman's forte was faces. I don't believe anybody since Goya could put so much of sheer hell into a set of features or a twist of expression. And before Goya, you have to go back to the medieval chaps who did the gargoyles and chimeras on Notre Dame and Mont Saint-Michel. They believed all sorts of things, and maybe they saw all sorts of things too, for the Middle Ages had some curious phases. I remember your asking Pickman yourself once, the year before you went away, wherever in thunder he got such ideas and visions. Wasn't that a nasty laugh he gave you? It was partly because of that laugh that Reed dropped him. Reed, you know, had just taken up comparative pathology, and was full of pompous, inside stuff about the biological or evolutionary significance of this or that mental or physical symptom. He said Pickman repelled him more and more every day, and almost frightened him toward the last, that the fellow's features and expression were slowly developing in a way he didn't like, in a way that wasn't human. He had a lot of talk about diet, and said Pickman must be abnormal and eccentric to the last degree. I suppose you told Reed, if you and he had any correspondence over it, that he'd let Pickman's paintings get on his nerves or harrow up his imagination. I know I told him that myself, then. But keep in mind that I didn't drop Pickman for anything like this. On the contrary, my admiration for him kept growing, for that ghoul feeding was a tremendous achievement. As you know, the club wouldn't exhibit it, and the Museum of Fine Arts wouldn't accept it as a gift, and I can add that nobody would buy it, so Pickman had it right in his house till he went. Now his father has it in Salem. You know, Pickman comes of old Salem stock, and had a witch ancestor hanged in 1692. I got into the habit of calling on Pickman quite often, especially after I began making notes for a monograph on weird art. Probably it was his work which put the idea into my head, and anyhow, I found him a mine of data and suggestions when I came to develop it. He showed me all the paintings and drawings he had about, including some pen and ink sketches that would, I verily believe, have got him kicked out of the club if many of the members had seen them. Before long I was pretty nearly a devotee, and would listen for hours like a schoolboy to art theories and philosophic speculations wild enough to qualify him for the Danvers Asylum. My hero worship, coupled with the fact that people generally were commencing to have less and less to do with him, made him get very confidential with me, and one evening he hinted that if I were fairly close-mouthed and none too squeamish, he might show me something rather unusual, something a bit stronger than anything he had in the house. "You know," he said, "there are things that won't do for Newbury Street, things that are out of place here, and that can't be conceived here anyhow. It's my business to catch the overtones of the soul, and you won't find those in a parvenu set of artificial streets on made land. Back Bay isn't Boston. It isn't anything yet, because it's had no time to pick up memories and attract local spirits. If there are any ghosts here, they're the tame ghosts of a salt marsh and a shallow cove. And I want human ghosts, the ghosts of beings highly organized enough to have looked on hell and known the meaning of what they saw. The place for an artist to live is the North End. If any aesthete were sincere, he'd put up with the slums for the sake of the massed traditions. God, man, don't you realize that places like that weren't merely made, but actually grew? Generation after generation lived and felt and died there, and in days when people weren't afraid to live and feel and die. Don't you know there was a mill on Copp's Hill in 1632, and that half the present streets were laid out by 1650? I can show you houses that have stood 2 centuries and a half, or more, houses that have witnessed what would make a modern house crumble into powder. What do moderns know of life and the forces behind it? You call the Salem witchcraft a delusion, but I'll wager my 4 times great-grandmother could have told you things. They hanged her on Gallows Hill, with Cotton Mather looking sanctimoniously on. Mather, damn him, was afraid somebody might succeed in kicking free of this cursed cage of monotony. I wish someone had laid a spell on him, or sucked his blood in the night. I can show you a house he lived in, and I can show you another one he was afraid to enter in spite of all his fine, bold talk. He knew things he didn't dare put into that stupid Magnalia or that puerile Wonders of the Invisible World. Look here, do you know the whole North End once had a set of tunnels that kept certain people in touch with each other's houses, and the burying ground, and the sea? Let them prosecute and persecute above ground. Things went on every day that they couldn't reach, and voices laughed at night that they couldn't place. Why, man, out of 10 surviving houses built before 1700 and not moved since, I'll wager that in 8 I can show you something queer in the cellar. There's hardly a month that you don't read of workmen finding bricked-up arches in wells leading nowhere in this or that old place as it comes down. You could see one near Henchman Street from the elevated last year. There were witches and what their spells summoned, pirates and what they brought in from the sea, smugglers, privateers, and I tell you, people knew how to live, and how to enlarge the bounds of life in the old times. This wasn't the only world a bold and wise man could know. Faugh! And to think of today in contrast, with such pale pink brains that even a club of supposed artists gets shudders and convulsions if a picture goes beyond the feelings of a Beacon Street tea table. The only saving grace of the present is that it's too damned stupid to question the past very closely. What do maps and records and guidebooks really tell of the North End? Bah! At a guess, I'll guarantee to lead you to 30 or 40 alleys and networks of alleys north of Prince Street that aren't suspected by 10 living beings outside of the foreigners that swarm them. And what do those Dagos know of their meaning? No, Thurber, these ancient places are dreaming gorgeously and overflowing with wonder and terror and escapes from the commonplace, and yet there's not a living soul to understand or profit by them. Or rather, there's only one living soul, for I haven't been digging around in the past for nothing. See here, you're interested in this sort of thing. What if I told you that I've got another studio up there, where I can catch the night spirit of antique horror and paint things that I couldn't even think of in Newbury Street? Naturally, I don't tell those cursed old maids at the club, with Reed, damn him, whispering even as it is that I'm a sort of monster bound down the toboggan of reverse evolution. Yes, Thurber, I decided long ago that one must paint terror as well as beauty from life, so I did some exploring in places where I had reason to know terror lives. I've got a place that I don't believe 3 living Nordic men besides myself have ever seen. It isn't so very far from the elevated as distance goes, but it's centuries away as the soul goes. I took it because of the queer old brick well in the cellar, one of the sort I told you about. The shack's almost tumbling down so that nobody else would live there, and I'd hate to tell you how little I pay for it. The windows are boarded up, but I like that all the better, since I don't want daylight for what I do. I paint in the cellar, where the inspiration is thickest. But I've other rooms furnished on the ground floor. A Sicilian owns it, and I've hired it under the name of Peters. Now, if you're game, I'll take you there tonight. I think you'd enjoy the pictures, for, as I said, I've let myself go a bit there. It's no vast tour. I sometimes do it on foot, for I don't want to attract attention with a taxi in such a place. We can take the shuttle at the South Station for Battery Street, and after that the walk isn't much. Well, Elliot, there wasn't much for me to do after that harangue but to keep myself from running instead of walking for the first vacant cab we could sight. We changed to the elevated at the South Station, and at about 12 o'clock had climbed down the steps at Battery Street and struck along the old waterfront past Constitution Wharf. I didn't keep track of the cross streets, and can't tell you yet which it was we turned up, but I know it wasn't Greenough Lane. When we did turn, it was to climb through the deserted length of the oldest and dirtiest alley I ever saw in my life, with crumbling-looking gables, broken small-paned windows, and archaic chimneys that stood out half disintegrated against the moonlit sky. I don't believe there were 3 houses in sight that hadn't been standing in Cotton Mather's time. Certainly I glimpsed at least 2 with an overhang, and once I thought I saw a peaked roofline of the almost forgotten pre-gambrel type, though antiquarians tell us there are none left in Boston. From that alley, which had a dim light, we turned to the left into an equally silent and still narrower alley with no light at all, and in a minute made what I think was an obtuse-angled bend towards the right in the dark. Not long after this, Pickman produced a flashlight and revealed an antediluvian 10-paneled door that looked damnably worm-eaten. Unlocking it, he ushered me into a barren hallway with what was once splendid dark oak paneling. Simple, of course, but thrillingly suggestive of the times of Andros and Phipps and the witchcraft. Then he took me through a door on the left, lighted an oil lamp, and told me to make myself at home. Now, Elliot, I'm what the man in the street would call fairly hard-boiled, but I'll confess that what I saw on the walls of that room gave me a bad turn. They were his pictures, you know, the ones he couldn't paint or even show in Newbury Street. And he was right when he said he had let himself go. Here, have another drink. I need one anyhow. There's no use in my trying to tell you what they were like, because of the awful, the blasphemous horror, and the unbelievable loathsomeness and moral fetor came from simple touches quite beyond the power of words to classify. There was none of the exotic technique you see in Sidney Syme, none of the trans-Saturnian landscapes and lunar fungi that Clark Ashton Smith uses to freeze the blood. The backgrounds were mostly old churchyards, deep woods, cliffs by the sea, brick tunnels, ancient paneled rooms, or simple vaults of masonry. Copp's Hill burying ground, which could not be many blocks away from this very house, was a favorite scene. The madness and monstrosity lay in the figures in the foreground, for Pickman's morbid art was preeminently one of demoniac portraiture. These figures were seldom completely human, but often approached humanity in varying degree. Most of the bodies, while roughly bipedal, had a forward slumping and a vaguely canine cast. The texture of the majority was a kind of unpleasant rubberiness. Oh, I could see them now. Their occupations, well, don't ask me to be too precise. They were usually feeding. I won't say on what. They were sometimes shown in groups in cemeteries or underground passages, and often appeared to be in battle over their prey, or rather their treasure trove. And what damnable expressiveness Pickman sometimes gave the sightless faces of this charnel booty. Occasionally, the things were shown leaping through open windows at night, or squatting on the chests of sleepers, worrying at their throats. One canvas showed a ring of them baying about a hanged witch on Gallows Hill, whose dead face held a close kinship to theirs. But don't get the idea that it was all this hideous business of theme and setting which struck me faint. I'm not a 3-year-old kid, and I'd seen much like this before. It was the faces, Eliot, those accursed faces, that leered and slavered out of the canvas with the very breath of life. By God, man, I verily believe they were alive. That nauseous wizard had waked the fires of hell in pigment, and his brush had been a nightmare-spawning wand. Give me that decanter, Eliot. There was one thing called the lesson. Heaven pity me that I ever saw it. Listen, can you fancy a squatting circle of nameless dog-like things in a churchyard, teaching a small child how to feed like themselves? The price of a changeling, I suppose. You know, the old myth about how the weird people leave their spawn in cradles in exchange for the human babes they steal. Pickman was showing what happens to those stolen babes, how they grow up. And then I began to see a hideous relationship in the faces of the human and non-human figures. He was, in all his gradations of morbidity between the frankly non-human and the degradedly human, establishing a sardonic linkage in evolution. The dog things were developed from mortals. And no sooner had I wondered what he made of their own young, as left with mankind in the form of changelings, than my eye caught a picture embodying that very thought. It was that of an ancient Puritan interior, a heavily beamed room with lattice windows, a settle, and clumsy 17th century furniture, with the family sitting about while the father read from the scriptures. Every face but one showed nobility and reverence, but that one reflected the mockery of the pit. It was that of a young man in years, and no doubt belonged to a supposed son of that pious father, but in essence it was the kin of the unclean things. It was their changeling, and in a spirit of supreme irony, Pickman had given the features a very perceptible resemblance to his own. By this time, Pickman had lighted a lamp in an adjoining room and was politely holding open the door for me, asking me if I would care to see his modern studies. I hadn't been able to give him much of my opinions. I was too speechless with fright and loathing, but I think he fully understood and felt highly complimented. And now I want to assure you again, Eliot, that I'm no mollycoddle to scream at anything which shows a bit of departure from the usual. I'm middle-aged and decently sophisticated, and I guess you saw enough of me in France to know I'm not easily knocked out. Remember, too, that I just about recovered my wind and gotten used to those frightful pictures which turned colonial New England into a kind of annex of hell. Well, in spite of all this, that next room forced a real scream out of me, and I had to clutch at the doorway to keep from keeling over. The other chamber had shown a pack of ghouls and witches overrunning the world of our forefathers, but this one brought the horror right into our own daily life. Gad, how that man could paint! There was a study called Subway Accident, in which a flock of the vile things were clambering up from some unknown catacomb through a crack in the floor of the Boylston Street subway and attacking a crowd of people on the platform. Another showed a dance on Copp's Hill among the tombs with the background of today. Then there were any number of cellar views, with monsters creeping in through holes and rifts in the masonry, and grinning as they squatted behind barrels or furnaces and waited for their first victim to descend the stairs. One disgusting canvas seemed to depict a vast cross-section of Beacon Hill, with ant-like armies of mephitic monsters squeezing themselves through burrows that honeycombed the ground. Dances in the modern cemeteries were freely pictured, and another conception somehow shocked me more than all the rest. A scene in an unknown vault where scores of the beasts crowded about one who held a well-known Boston guidebook and was evidently reading aloud. All were pointing to a certain passage, and every face seemed so distorted with epileptic and reverberant laughter that I almost thought I heard the fiendish echoes. The title of the picture was Holmes, Lowell, and Longfellow Lie Buried in Mount Auburn. As I gradually steadied myself and got readjusted to this second room of deviltry and morbidity, I began to analyze some of the points in my sickening loathing. In the first place, I said to myself, these things repelled because of the utter inhumanity and callous cruelty they showed in Pickman. The fellow must be a relentless enemy of all mankind to take such glee in the torture of brain and flesh and the degradation of the mortal tenement. In the second place, they terrified because of their very greatness. Their art was the art that convinced. When we saw the pictures, we saw the daemons themselves and were afraid of them. And the queer part was that Pickman got none of his power from the use of selectiveness or bizarrerie. Nothing was blurred, distorted, or conventionalized. Outlines were sharp and lifelike, and details were almost painfully defined. And the faces! It was not any mere artist's interpretation that we saw. It was pandemonium itself, crystal clear and stark objectivity. That was it, by heaven. The man was not a fantasist or romanticist at all. He did not even try to give us the churning, prismatic ephemera of dreams, but coldly and sardonically reflected some stable, mechanistic, and well-established horror world which he saw fully, brilliantly, squarely, and unfalteringly. God knows what that world can have been, or where he ever glimpsed the blasphemous shapes that loped and trotted and crawled through it. But whatever the baffling source of his images, one thing was plain. Pickman was, in every sense, in conception and in execution, a thorough, painstaking, and almost scientific realist. My host was now leading the way down cellar to his actual studio, and I braced myself for some hellish effects among the unfinished canvases. As we reached the bottom of the damp stairs, he turned his flashlight to a corner of the large open space at hand, revealing the circular brick curb of what was evidently a great well in the earthen floor. We walked nearer, and I saw that it must be 5 feet across, with walls a good foot thick and some 6 inches above the ground level. Solid work of the 17th century, or I was much mistaken. That, Pickman said, was the kind of thing he had been talking about. An aperture of the network of tunnels that used to undermine the hill. I noticed idly that it did not seem to be bricked up, and that a heavy disk of wood formed the apparent cover. Thinking of the things this well must have been connected with if Pickman's wild hints had not been mere rhetoric, I shivered slightly, then turned to follow him up a step and through a narrow door into a room of fair size, provided with a wooden floor and furnished as a studio. An acetylene gas outfit gave the light necessary for work. The unfinished pictures on easels or propped against the walls were as ghastly as the finished ones upstairs, and showed the painstaking methods of the artist. Scenes were blocked out with extreme care, and penciled guidelines told of the minute exactitude which Pickman used in getting the right perspective and proportions. The man was great. I say it even now, knowing as much as I do. A large camera on a table excited my notice, and Pickman told me that he used it in taking scenes for backgrounds so that he might paint them from the photographs in the studio instead of carting his outfit around the town for this or that view. He thought a photograph quite as good as an actual scene or model for sustained work, and declared he employed them regularly. There was something very disturbing about the nauseous sketches and half-finished monstrosities that leered around from every side of the room, and when Pickman suddenly unveiled a huge canvas on the side away from the light, I could not for my life keep back a loud scream, the second I had admitted that night. It echoed and echoed through the dim vaultings of that ancient and nitrous cellar, and I had to choke back a flood of reaction that threatened to burst out as hysterical laughter. Merciful Creator! Eliot, but I don't know how much was real and how much was feverish fancy. It doesn't seem to me that Earth can hold a dream like that. It was a colossal and nameless blasphemy, with glaring red eyes, and it held in bony claws a thing that had been a man, gnawing at the head as a child nibbles at a stick of candy. Its position was a kind of crouch, and as one looked one felt that at any moment it might drop its present prey and seek a juicier morsel. But damn it all, it wasn't even the fiendish subject that made it such an immortal fountainhead of all panic. Not that, nor the dog face with its pointed ears, bloodshot eyes, flat nose, and drooling lips. It wasn't the scaly claws, nor the mold-caked body, nor the half-hooved feet. None of these, though any one of them might well have driven an excitable man to madness. It was the technique, Eliot. The cursed, the impious, the unnatural technique. As I am a living being, I never elsewhere saw the actual breath of life so fused into a canvas. The monster was there. It glared and gnawed and gnawed and glared, and I knew that only a suspension of nature's laws could ever let a man paint a thing like that without a model, without some glimpse of the netherworld which no mortal unsold to the fiend has ever had. Pinned with a thumbtack to a vacant part of the canvas was a piece of paper now badly curled up. Probably, I thought, a photograph from which Pickman meant to paint a background as hideous as the nightmare it was to enhance. I had reached out to uncurl and look at it, when suddenly I saw Pickman start as if shot. He had been listening with peculiar intensity ever since my shocked scream had waked unaccustomed echoes in the dark cellar, and now he seemed struck with a fright which, though not comparable to my own, had in it more of the physical than of the spiritual. He drew a revolver and motioned me to silence, then stepped out into the main cellar and closed the door behind him. I think I was paralyzed for an instant. Imitating Pickman's listening, I fancied I heard a faint scurrying sound somewhere, and a series of squeals or bleats in a direction I couldn't determine. I thought of huge rats and shuddered. Then there came a subdued sort of clatter which somehow set me all in goose-flesh, a furtive, groping kind of clatter, though I can't attempt to convey what I mean in words. It was like a heavy wood falling on stone or brick. Wood on brick. What did that make me think of? It came again, and louder. There was a vibration as if the wood had fallen further than it had fallen before. After that followed a sharp grating noise, a shouted gibberish from Pickman, and the deafening discharge of all 6 chambers of a revolver, fired spectacularly as a lion tamer might fire in the air for effect. A muffled squeal or squawk, and a thud, then more wood and brick grating, a pause, and the opening of the door, at which I'll confess I started violently. Pickman reappeared with his smoking weapon, cursing the bloated rats that infested the ancient well. "The deuce knows what they eat, Thurber," he grinned, for those archaic tunnels touched graveyard and witch den and seacoast. But whatever it is, they must have run short, for they were devilish anxious to get out. Your yelling stirred them up, I fancy. Better be cautious in these old places. Our rodent friends are the one drawback, though I sometimes think they're a positive asset by way of atmosphere and color. Well, Elliot, that was the end of the night's adventure. Pickman had promised to show me the place, and heaven knows he had done it. He led me out of that tangle of alleys in another direction, it seems, for when we sighted a lamp-post, we were in a half-familiar street with monotonous rows of mingled tenement blocks and old houses. Charter Street, it turned out to be, but I was too flustered to notice just where we hit it. We were too late for the elevated, and walked back downtown through Hanover Street. I remember that walk. We switched from Tremont up Beacon, and Pickman left me at the corner of Joy, where I turned off. I never spoke to him again. Why did I drop him? Don't be impatient. Wait till I ring for coffee. We've had enough of the other stuff, but I for one need something. No, it wasn't the paintings I saw in that place, though I'll swear they were enough to get him ostracized in 9/10 of the homes and clubs of Boston. And I guess you won't wonder now why I have to steer clear of subways and cellars. It was something I found in my coat the next morning. You know, the curled-up paper tacked to that frightful canvas in the cellar. The thing I thought was a photograph of some scene he meant to use as a background for that monster. That last scare had come while I was reaching to uncurl it, and it seems I had vacantly crumpled it into my pocket. But here's the coffee. Take it black, Elliot, if you're wise. Yes, that paper was the reason I dropped Pickman. Richard Upton Pickman, the greatest artist I have ever known, and the foulest being that ever leaped the bounds of life into the pits of myth and madness. Elliot, old Reed was right. He wasn't strictly human. Either he was born in strange shadow, or he'd found a way to unlock the forbidden gate. It's all the same now, for he's gone. Back into the fabulous darkness he loved to haunt. Here, let's have the chandelier going. Don't ask me to explain or even conjecture about what I burned. Don't ask me, either, what lay behind that mole-like scrambling Pickman was so keen to pass off as rats. There are secrets, you know, which might have come down from old Salem times, and Cotton Mather tells even stranger things. You know how damned lifelike Pickman's paintings were, how we all wondered where he got those faces. Well, that paper wasn't a photograph of any background after all. What it showed was simply the monstrous being he was painting on that awful canvas. It was the model he was using, and its background was merely the wall of the cellar studio in minute detail. But by God, Eliot, it was a photograph from life. End of Pickman's Model by H.P. Lovecraft.
The Scarlet Night by William Sandford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Vogler. The Scarlet Night by William Sandford. Dr. Langley was in love with my wife. This had been very evident to me for many weeks. Also, it was most evident to me that his love was entirely reciprocated. The doctor was a young and handsome fellow who bore the reputation of being more or less unscrupulous. An unpleasant story had followed him from another city, the story of the drowning of a young girl. Although the coroner's verdict had been that of an accidental drowning, there were those, it was said, who thought that the doctor knew much more of the matter than had been brought to light, and rumor had it that he had left the place because he was no longer popular there. The doctor had a pleasing personality, however, and a way with him that had the effect of disarming any prejudice against him. He was, in brief, a ladies' man, possessing all of the little attentions and flatteries so dear to the heart of women, and he gave them all with subtle manner of sincerity that made them doubly potent. The doctor's practice was fairly large, and he had also succeeded in having himself appointed local medical examiner for our town. He was deeply interested in his chosen profession, and still fascinated by the dissecting room. He owned a handsome touring car, with which, as I knew, my wife was familiar. My wife was 25, 15 years my junior, pretty and with much charm of manner, yet possessed of a certain hardness of nature and lack of sympathy for the suffering of others, unusual in a young woman of good breeding. She came of excellent family, was well educated, and always had associated with good people. I had been somewhat addicted to strong drink before we were married, but had managed to keep it from her to a certain extent. She knew that I drank, but thought that it was no more than many men do at their clubs. Of my several wild sprees out of town, she had never heard. We had been married 2 years when Dr. Langley took up his practice in our town, and from the moment he made a professional call on my wife for some minor ailment, they had become intensely interested in each other. My drinking habits had increased rather than diminished since my marriage, and I no longer made any effort to keep occasional lurid fits of intoxication from her. My love for liquor became as much a part of my life as food or sleep. My position as assistant manager in a large wholesale house was fairly secure, however, and one not easy to fill, which perhaps accounted for the firm still holding me. One cold, bleak evening in November, while I was playing cards at my club, and thanks to the rum runners who thrived in our town, drinking whiskey, I heard a strangely familiar voice call my name in greeting, and, looking up, I was overjoyed to behold an old friend of bygone days whom I had not seen in several years. He had dropped off on his way to another city. The time was ripe for a celebration in honor of our meeting. My friend produced a quart flask of whiskey from his suitcase, saying that it was the duplicate of one he had already sampled, and spoke to me of its age, strength, and fine quality, and the high price he had been obliged to pay for it. Thereupon he presented it to me. I thanked him heartily and opened the flask, and we all drank a couple of rounds from it. All that day and the day previous, I had been drinking more or less heavily. Cards were resumed, and we played until after midnight, when, with many a handshake, I bade good-bye to my friend, who was obliged to catch a train to reach his destination the following noon. The card game being broken up, we had a farewell round of drinks, and I stumbled out into the night. The cool air soon revived my somewhat befuddled brain. Also, I was soon shaking with the cold. Remembering the generous-sized flask of whiskey in my pocket, the gift of my friend, I uncorked it and took a long drink, rejoicing in the fact that the bottle was still almost 2/3 full. Reaching home, I went at once to my bedroom. My wife was seated in a chair by the window in her dressing gown. As I entered, she rose, and without any preliminaries of speech, she asked that I at once give her a divorce so that she might marry Dr. Langley. She said there was no reason why I should not do this, since I might then marry some woman who cared for me, and that she would be happy with the man she had learned to love. The abruptness of her request, together with the cold, matter-of-fact way in which she put it, dumbfounded me, but, hastily regaining my composure, I flatly refused any such action, told my wife that she must remain true to her marriage vows, and that nothing would ever induce me to give her the divorce she wanted. Furthermore, I told her that the doctor was a scoundrel, that many people believed he had murdered a girl before coming to our town. At this my wife became livid with fury, accused me of deliberately besmirching the doctor's character because of jealousy, and declared that she would never live with me again. The next day, however, she seemed much changed. She was very agreeable, even tender to me. We walked about the little garden of our home as we had often done in the early days of our marriage, and I felt confident that she had decided to put the doctor out of her mind and allow our married life to go on as usual. We chatted pleasantly together at dinner table that evening, and as usual, I drank a cup of strong coffee after the meal. A few moments later, a heavy drowsiness came over me, and I knew no more. I awoke with a feeling of suffocation, as if 1,000 tons of weight were resting on my chest. I gasped for breath. I was suffering torture. All about me was blackness, impenetrable blackness. I moved my hands and encountered boards, above and on every side. Gradually, to my numbed senses, the horrible realization came to me, and the cold sweat started out of my body. I had been buried alive. The terrible realization had a tendency to clear my mind somewhat, in spite of the difficulty I encountered in breathing. I saw it all now. My wife had given me some powerful drug in my coffee, a drug obtained from the doctor. They had planned and plotted the thing in case I refused to consent to a divorce. They probably had known I was still alive when I was buried. The doctor, as medical examiner, had filed some fictitious report of death from natural causes, and they had contrived to have a hasty funeral. How I had managed to breathe for so long in the coffin while under the power of the drug, I did not know. Now that I was fully conscious again, I felt myself stifling. No power of imagination can picture the horror and torture of mind that my terrible predicament forced upon me. I must die a slow, terrible death, while those who were responsible for the hellish crime enjoyed themselves and went unpunished. The minutes seemed to drag into hours as I lay there struggling for breath. Suddenly, out of the horrible black stillness, I heard a noise above me. Listening, with every racked nerve on edge, I heard it come nearer, nearer. At first I could not make it out, could not understand, and then, suddenly, the truth dawned on me with horrible intensity. The body snatchers were after me for the dissecting room. I tried to cry out, but was unable to make a sound because of my stifling condition. They reached the coffin, and I heard the shovel scraping against it. Then I found myself being slowly lifted upward, and the coffin was dumped on the ground. Now I heard a voice, and my blood ran cold, for it was the voice of Dr. Langley. The drug was an oriental one, he was saying. It causes a semblance of death that lasts a long time, but he probably died a few minutes after he was buried. I'm anxious to dissect to see what effect such a drug has on the human body. And then, with a terrible shock, I heard the voice of my wife. I don't care. Do as you wish. I hated him from the moment he refused to give me a divorce. I could even watch you cut up his body. I struggled to rise in the coffin, gasping for the breath of life, and the lid was pried off, and summoning all my dying strength, I rose to my feet, waving my arms wildly back and forth, and inhaling a great breath of life-giving night air. The doctor let the shovel fall to the ground without a word, and staggered and sank to his knees, while my wife gave a hideous scream of terror. Then she snatched a knife from his kit of dissecting instruments and drew the razor-sharp blade across her throat. She then threw herself upon the prostrate doctor, her blood drenching his body. My senses reeling, I staggered forward, tripped over my coffin, and fell swooning to the ground. None believe my story. Neither will you. I have told it to them all, but they will not believe it. I am in a hospital where they tell me I have been for several days. It is a prison hospital where guards in uniform patrol the corridors, lest even the sick try to escape. They ask me if I cannot remember that I came home that night from the club in a blind frenzy of drink and found my wife and Dr. Langley together. They tell me that I choked him with such ferocity and strength that my fingers broke into the flesh of his neck. They tell me that my wife, screaming with terror, tried to escape, and that just as the people in the adjoining apartment burst into the room, I seized a razor from the bureau and slashed her throat from ear to ear and threw her body with the blood streaming from the wound across that of the doctor. Are they going to hang me for this double crime that I did not commit? They will not believe my story, yet every detail of it is as clear to me as the stars that shine in the heavens. End of the Scarlet Night.
The Terrible Old Man by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliffstone of Sydney, Australia. The Terrible Old Man by H.P. Lovecraft. It was the design of Angelo Ricci and Joe Zanuck and Manuel Silva to call on the Terrible Old Man. This old man dwells all alone in a very ancient house on Water Street near the sea, and is reputed to be both exceedingly rich and exceedingly feeble, which forms a situation very attractive to men of the profession of Messrs. Ricci, Zanuck and Silva, for that profession was nothing less dignified than robbery. The inhabitants of Kingsport say and think many things about the terrible old man, which generally keep him safe from the attention of gentlemen like Mr. Ricci and his colleagues, despite the almost certain fact that he hides a fortune of indefinite magnitude somewhere about his musty and venerable abode. He is, in truth, a very strange person, believed to have been a captain of East India clipper ships in his day, so old that no one can remember when he was young, and so taciturn that few know his real name. Among the gnarled trees in the front yard of his aged and neglected place, he maintains a strange collection of large stones, oddly grouped and painted, so that they resemble the idols in some obscure Eastern temple. This collection frightens away most of the small boys who love to taunt the terrible old man about his long white hair and beard, or to break the small-paned windows of his dwelling with wicked missiles. But there are other things which frighten the older and more curious folk, who sometimes steal up to the house to peer in through the dusty panes. These folk say that on a table, in a bare room on the ground floor, are many peculiar bottles, in each a small piece of lead suspended pendulum-wise from a string. And they say that the terrible old man talks to these bottles, addressing them by such names as Jack, Scarface, Long Tom, Spanish Joe, Peters, and Mate Ellis, and that whenever he speaks to a bottle, the little lead pendulum within makes certain definite vibrations, as if in answer. Those who have watched the tall, lean, terrible old man in these peculiar conversations do not watch him again. But Angelo Ricci and Joe Zanuck and Manuel Silva were not of Kingsport blood. They were of that new and heterogeneous alien stock which lies outside the charmed circle of New England life and traditions, and they saw in the terrible old man merely a tottering, almost helpless grey beard, who could not walk without the aid of his knotted cane, and whose thin, weak hands shook pitifully. They were really quite sorry in their way for the lonely, unpopular old fellow, whom everybody shunned, and at whom all the dogs barked singularly. But business is business, and to a robber whose soul is in his profession, there is a lure and a challenge about a very old and very feeble man who has no account at the bank, and who pays for his few necessities at the village store with Spanish gold and silver minted 2 centuries ago. Messrs. Ricci, Zanuck and Silva selected the night of April 11th for their call. Mr. Ricci and Mr. Silva were to interview the poor old gentleman, whilst Mr. Zanuck waited for them and their presumable metallic burden with a covered motor car in Ship Street, by the gate in the tall rear wall of their host's grounds. Desire to avoid needless explanations in case of unexpected police intrusions prompted these plans for a quiet and unostentatious departure. As prearranged, the 3 adventurers started out separately in order to prevent any evil-minded suspicions afterward. Messrs. Ricci and Silva met in Water Street by the old man's front gate, and although they did not like the way the moon shone down upon the painted stones through the budding branches of the gnarled trees, they had more important things to think about than mere idle superstition. They feared it might be unpleasant work making the terrible old man loquacious concerning his hoarded gold and silver, for aged sea captains are notably stubborn and perverse. Still, he was very old and very feeble, and there were 2 visitors. Messrs. Ricci and Silva were experienced in the art of making unwilling persons voluble, and the screams of a weak and exceptionally venerable man can be easily muffled. So they moved up to the one lighted window and heard the terrible old man talking childishly to his bottles with pendulums. Then they donned masks and knocked politely at the weather-stained oaken door. Waiting seemed very long to Mr. Zanuck, as he fidgeted restlessly in the covered motor car by the terrible old man's back gate in Ship Street. He was more than ordinarily tender-hearted, and he did not like the hideous screams he had heard in the ancient house just after the hour appointed for the deed. Had he not told his colleagues to be as gentle as possible with the pathetic old sea captain? Very nervously he watched that narrow oaken gate in the high and ivy-clad stone wall. Frequently he consulted his watch and wondered at the delay. Had the old man died before revealing where his treasure was hidden, and had a thorough search become necessary? Mr. Zanuck did not like to wait so long in the dark in such a place. Then he sensed a soft tread or tapping on the walk inside the gate, heard a gentle fumbling at the rusty latch, and saw the narrow, heavy door swing inward. And in the pallid glow of the single dim street lamp, he strained his eyes to see what his colleagues had brought out of that sinister house which loomed so close behind. But when he looked, he did not see what he had expected, for his colleagues were not there at all, but only the terrible old man leaning quietly on his knotted cane and smiling hideously. Mr. Zanuck had never before noticed the colour of that man's eyes. Now he saw that they were yellow. Little things make considerable excitement in little towns, which is the reason that Kingsport people talked all that spring and summer about the 3 unidentifiable bodies, horribly slashed as with many cutlasses and horribly mangled as by the tread of many cruel boot heels, which the tide washed in. And some people even spoke of things as trivial as the deserted motor car found in Ship Street, or certain especially inhuman cries, probably of a stray animal or migratory bird, heard in the night by wakeful citizens. But in this idle village gossip the terrible old man took no interest at all. He was by nature reserved, and when one is aged and feeble, one's reserve is doubly strong. Besides, so ancient a sea captain must have witnessed scores of things much more stirring in the far-off days of his unremembered youth. End of The Terrible Old Man. The Thing at Nolan by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. The Thing at Nolan by Ambrose Bierce. To the south of where the road between Leesville and Hardy in the state of Missouri crosses the east fork of May Creek stands an abandoned house. Nobody has lived in it since the summer of 1879, and it is fast going to pieces. For some 3 years before the date mentioned above, it was occupied by the family of Charles May, from one of whose ancestors the creek near which it stands took its name. Mr. May's family consisted of a wife, an adult son, and 2 young girls. The son's name was John. The names of the daughters are unknown to the writer of this sketch. John May was of a morose and surly disposition, not easily moved to anger, but having an uncommon gift of sullen, implacable hate. His father was quite otherwise, of a sunny, jovial disposition, but with a quick temper like a sudden flame kindled in a wisp of straw, which consumes it in a flash and is no more. He cherished no resentments, and, his anger gone, was quick to make overtures for reconciliation. He had a brother living nearby who was unlike him in respect of all this, and it was a current witticism in the neighbourhood that John had inherited his disposition from his uncle. One day, a misunderstanding arose between father and son. Harsh words ensued, and the father struck the son full in the face with his fist. John quietly wiped away the blood that followed the blow, fixed his eyes upon the already penitent offender, and said with cold composure, "You will die for that." The words were overheard by 2 brothers named Jackson, who were approaching the men at the moment, but seeing them engaged in a quarrel, they retired, apparently unobserved. Charles May afterward related the unfortunate occurrence to his wife and explained that he had apologized to the son for the hasty blow, but without avail. The young man not only rejected his overtures, but refused to withdraw his terrible threat. Nevertheless, there was no open rupture of relations. John continued living with the family, and things went on very much as before. One Sunday morning in June 1879, about 2 weeks after what has been related, May Sr. left the house immediately after breakfast, taking a spade. He said he was going to make an excavation at a certain spring in a wood about a mile away, so that the cattle could obtain water. John remained in the house for some hours, variously occupied in shaving himself, writing letters, and reading a newspaper. His manner was very nearly what it usually was. Perhaps he was a trifle more sullen and surly. At 2 o'clock he left the house. At 5 he returned. For some reason not connected with any interest in his movements, and which is not now recalled, the time of his departure and that of his return were noted by his mother and sisters, as was attested at his trial for murder. It was observed that his clothing was wet in spots, as if, so the prosecution afterward pointed out, he had been removing bloodstains from it. His manner was strange, his look wild. He complained of illness, and going to his room took to his bed. May Sr. did not return. Later that evening, the nearest neighbours were aroused, and during that night and the following day, a search was prosecuted through the wood where the spring was. It resulted in little but the discovery of both men's footprints in the clay about the spring. John May, in the meantime, had grown rapidly worse, with what the local physician called brain fever, and in his delirium raved of murder, but did not say whom he conceived to have been murdered, nor whom he imagined to have done the deed. But his threat was recalled by the brothers Jackson, and he was arrested on suspicion, and a deputy sheriff put in charge of him at his home. Public opinion ran strongly against him, and but for his illness he would probably have been hanged by a mob. As it was, a meeting of the neighbours was held on Tuesday, and a committee appointed to watch the case and take such action at any time as circumstances might seem to warrant. On Wednesday, all was changed. From the town of Nolan, 8 miles away, came a story which put a quite different light on the matter. Nolan consisted of a schoolhouse, a blacksmith's shop, a store, and a half-dozen dwellings. The store was kept by one Henry Odell, a cousin of the elder May. On the afternoon of the Sunday of May's disappearance, Mr. Odell and 4 of his neighbours, men of credibility, were sitting in the store smoking and talking. It was a warm day, and both the front and the back door were open. At about 3 o'clock, Charles May, who was well known to 3 of them, entered at the front door and passed out at the rear. He was without hat or coat. He did not look at them, nor return their greeting, a circumstance which did not surprise, for he was evidently seriously hurt. Above the left eyebrow was a wound, a deep gash from which the blood flowed, covering the whole left side of the face and neck and saturating his light grey shirt. Oddly enough, the thought uppermost in the minds of all was that he had been fighting and was going to the brook directly at the back of the store to wash himself. Perhaps there was a feeling of delicacy, a backwoods etiquette which restrained them from following him to offer assistance. The court records, from which mainly this narrative is drawn, are silent as to anything but the fact. They waited for him to return, but he did not return. Bordering the brook behind the store is a forest extending for 6 miles back to the Medicine Lodge Hills. As soon as it became known in the neighbourhood of the missing man's dwelling that he had been seen in Nolan, there was a marked alteration in public sentiment and feeling. The Vigilance Committee went out of existence without the formality of a resolution. Search along the wooded bottomlands of May Creek was stopped, and nearly the entire male population of the region took to beating the bush about Nolan and in the Medicine Lodge Hills. But of the missing man, no trace was found. One of the strangest circumstances of this case is the formal indictment and trial of a man for murder of one whose body no human being professed to have seen, one not known to be dead. We are all more or less familiar with the vagaries and eccentricities of frontier law, but this instance, it is thought, is unique. However that may be, it is of record that on recovering from his illness, John May was indicted for the murder of his missing father. Counsel for the defence appears not to have demurred, and the case was tried on its merits. The prosecution was spiritless and perfunctory. The defence easily established, with regard to the deceased, an alibi. If, during the time in which John May must have killed Charles May, if he killed him at all, Charles May was miles away from where John May must have been, it is plain that the deceased must have come to his death at the hands of someone else. John May was acquitted, immediately left the country, and has never been heard of from that day. Shortly afterward, his mother and sisters removed to St. Louis. The farm, having passed into the possession of a man who owns the land adjoining and has a dwelling of his own, the May house has ever since been vacant and has the sombre reputation of being haunted. One day, after the May family had left the country, some boys playing in the woods along May Creek found concealed under a mass of dead leaves, but partly exposed by the rooting of hogs, a spade, nearly new and bright except for a spot on one edge which was rusted and stained with blood. The implement had the initials CM cut into the handle. This discovery renewed in some degree the public excitement of a few months before. The earth near the spot where the spade was found was carefully examined, and the result was the finding of the dead body of a man. It had been buried under 2 or 3 feet of soil, and the spot covered with a layer of dead leaves and twigs. There was but little decomposition, a fact attributed to some preservative property in the mineral-bearing soil. Above the left eyebrow was a wound, a deep gash from which blood had flowed, covering the whole left side of the face and neck, and saturating the light grey shirt. The skull had been cut through by the blow. The body was that of Charles May. But what was it that passed through Mr. Odell's store at Nolan? End of The Thing at Nolan.
To be accounted for by Ahmed Abdullah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. To be accounted for by Ahmed Abdullah. It was now his custom to sit by the open window. He would look out into the mean cramped streets, at the jerry-built houses, and up at the high, sharp-contoured sky, which seemed to be always packed with dirty clouds. Then he would pity himself and hate the rest of the world. He despised the present, yet he clutched at it with both hands, and was surprised and irritated because he could not get away from the past, and the tale of the past, the shame of it, was hot and acrid in his brain. That's why he sat by the window. That's why he soaked his ears and his soul in the terrible muffled noise of the great city. Those sounds of death and hate, of love and joy, and the sharp drumbeats of 1,000 armed businesses. At least they spelled a living, pulsing world. There were men there, and women, and, in a measure, they comforted him because he did not know them, and because they did not know him. So he felt safe with them. He could look at them without blushing. It was only when he turned his back to the window, when he shut out the world from his ears and his eyes, when he felt the choking mephitic solitude of the 4 walls that he thought, and he did not like to think. For here, in the little grey room on East 11th, with his back to the world of strangers who crowded the streets, he saw the life which he lived as he was living it, and it was mainly expressed by the furniture which packed its corners. The iron bed, the gangrened deal table, the ridiculous spindle-legged bureau, and the horrible fly-specked chromos on the walls. Then he thought, of course, of the little cabinet in his mother's salon, back there in the castle of the Puy de Dôme. The little glass cabinet, all filled with Tangara statuettes, cups of Ming celadon, enamel from Norway, Meissen and Serb's china, and boxes in vernis Martin. Dry, lifeless things they were, representing so and so much money and so much skill and artistry. But to him they meant more. They meant the brave, clanking hopes of his youth. They meant the name and the pride of the family to which he belonged. His memory had ensouled them with a softness, a throbbing which was deeper than the heart of woman. For they meant to him the things he had lost. They meant to him the things he had thrown away, the things he had hurt and cheated and polluted, the name he had disgraced, the escutcheon he had fouled, the mother, cold and haughty, dry-eyed and thin-lipped, who had given up everything for him, and given up in vain, the sister, bitter and dowerless, forced into the convent which she hated and feared, the younger brother who had to sacrifice the diplomatic career for which he had been trained, to go into the office of a fat agent de change who patronized him and bullied him because of the noble name he bore. Why, even the little glass cabinet had been sold. Even the dun-coloured Tangara statues, the boxes in vernis Martin, the glasses of Gallet Nancy, and the many other objects of virtue. The forests had been sold, the fields, the paintings, the famed wine-cellar, finally the house itself, the huge grey castle which had housed one of his name and race since the days of Pepin the Bold. Only the keeper's lodge remained, and there, in the damp, flat-roofed hovel, built of rough-hewn stones, his mother lived now, lived like a peasant woman. And he was here, in New York, worthless and nameless. He clenched his fists. He gave a little cry of impotent fury. Then he laughed. He thought of the life insurance agent, who somehow had drifted up to his room that very morning and had tried to insure him against death. The fool! To ask a man to protect himself against the only hopeful, the only pure moment of life. His memory swayed up into the past as the sea sways to the touch of the moon. It had been cards at first, and afterward the little ivory ball which dropped so noiselessly, so fatefully. 24 noirs impair passe. Those foolish words, and the bits of gaudy pasteboard. What a tragedy they held! What a record of weakness and selfishness and self-contempt! He felt a pulling, selfish satisfaction in convincing himself that it had not been an inborn passion with him, that it had not even been his own fault. During his school years, and during the years spent at the military academy, he had never touched a card, even during his first 10 months of actual army life. After he had received his commission in the 43rd Infantry, he had never thought of them, had never used them. Came the manoeuvres, the long, heart-breaking marches, the bivouac at night, and then one evening the drawling voice of his company commander, Captain Xavier Lesieur, asking him if he played cards, baccarat by preference. Non, mon capitaine, Lesieur had laughed. Very well, my little innocent Provençal. You must learn. We must have a little distraction. I'll teach you baccarat. Nothing to it. Simply watch the nines and look sharp after the naturals. You'll get the hang of it in no time. The rules of the game had been simple indeed. He had mastered them inside a few minutes, and the other congratulated him on his quickness. So he had played, and he had lost. Never mind, the captain had consoled him. We must all stump up for our apprenticeship. The play had been small, and that first day he had not lost much, just a few gold pieces, which did not worry him. But the next evening some cavalrymen had dropped in. They were wealthy men, sons of Norman farmers and Lyons bankers. They had forced the game again and again until finally the roof was the limit. He had lost more than the rest. He had wired to his mother, and she had promptly remitted. Her husband had been in the army, her father, her grandfather. She knew, she understood. She even laughed a little at the tragic wording of the telegram which he had sent. "We must all grow up, my boy," she had told him on his visit home in October, when he had taken a short leave to shoot birds. "A little cards will not hurt you. We're not paupers." At the end of the manoeuvres his regiment had been sent to Paris. There had been more cards, more losses. Again he had been forced to write home. This time there was no ready money in the bank. His mother had been forced to sell some forest land. He was the first son, after all. The estate was his. And he had played again. He had tried to win back what he had lost, and that not because he was greedy after either money or cards, but simply because his people were not over-wealthy, and he wanted to recuperate what he had lost. So he had made a study of cards. He had the cold, logical Latin mind, and set himself to do the thing in earnest. He learned poker, 30 et 40, and then he joined the Cercle Richelieu and passed night after night playing roulette. Steadily he had lost. Steadily his mother had sold acres and acres of forest land, then a few rich acres his family owned in Corsica, and finally the vineyard of her father in the Champagne country, which had been her dowry, and which she had meant to pass on as a dower to her only daughter. That also had gone, but she had not complained. Cold and haughty, he was her firstborn son. His was the name, the title, the traditions. He must keep up his position among those shopkeepers who crowded the army since the Empire had given way to the Republic. Let him play, let him lose. Presently he would settle down. He would marry a wealthy bourgeoisie, and, with her money, he would buy back everything he had lost in gambling. She had already picked out a bride for him. He had laughed light-heartedly. "And what does she look like, the little one?" "What difference does it make? You will not marry her for her looks. You will marry her because it is your duty to yourself and to your family." Then, with light heart, he had returned to Paris and had gambled more than ever. "Enfant," he said to himself, "soon I shall have to settle down and marry. Then I shall have to quit the army and Paris and all the fun, and cultivate my paternal acres in the Puy de Dôme, and wear gaiters and altogether be an animal of a farmer. Therefore, vogue la galère. Let's play, and let the devil take the hindmost." The end of it all had been sudden, shockingly unexpected. A large sum, gold and paper and IOUs, had been on the green cloth. One more ace, he thought, studying his hand, and the pot would be his. Enough to buy back every acre his mother had been forced to sell. Enough to give back his sister's dowry. Enough to give a decent life competence for the little brother who was studying for the diplomatic service. Enough to release him from a loveless marriage. Just the one pot, the one big gain, and he would never again touch cards. Just the ace, that was all he needed, and it was there, in full view in front of him. His right-hand neighbour had dropped out of the game, and had thrown down his cards upside down. He had turned the trick very clumsily. There was a shout, a roar, a sharp, cutting word. "You cheat, monsieur! You cheat!" That had been the end of it all. Of course there had been no court-martial. Nothing of that sort ever happened in the 43rd Infantry. That regiment never preferred charges against brother officers. They washed their dirty linen in private. Just the colonel's hard, dry words. "Adieu. The 43rd does not want you. Nor does the army, nor does France." And his mother, haughty, stone-faced, thin-lipped, dry-eyed, had echoed the simple words. "The Puy de Dôme does not want you. Your family does not want you." A little pause. "I do not want you, my son." She had settled his debts, and it had ruined her. She had paid his passage to America. Now he was here, in the little grey room on East 11th, looking at the strangers who crowded the streets, and thinking of France, of his mother, of his regiment. He picked up the afternoon paper. He studied the contents, though he knew them by heart. They were fighting under the walls of Lille. They were hanging on by their teeth. One report mentioned the 43rd Infantry, cut to pieces in a gallant charge. There were 3 lines devoted to the colonel, killed in action. It was the colonel who had told him, "The 43rd does not want you, nor the army, nor France." Oh yes, he remembered that, would always remember it. He laid down the paper. His head sank on his breast. Vague shadows seemed to come from the distance. They enfolded him. They took his breath away. He shut his eyes. Somewhere to the east, he thought it very strange, he could hear voices singing, "Amour sacré de la patrie." Oh, Yes, the marching song of the 43rd. They were fighting down there, near Lille, hanging on by their teeth. There was a sound like the tearing of fine silk, a shrieking and whistling, then a sickening thud. Sergeant Castell wiped his powder-blackened brows. He inserted another cartridge in his rifle, drew a bead, and fired. Then he turned to Lagrange, the lance jack. "The end, mon vieux. Presently they will eat us up." Lagrange had no time to reply. His elbow was in continuous, jerky motion. Load, fire, load, fire. There was another tearing whistling noise, then a thud and a gurgle. This time it had done for Lesieur, the company commander. Castell looked at the stark figure. "The last of them, the last of the officers!" Lagrange paused between shots. His rifle was red hot. It needed cooling. Half a cigarette was stuck behind his left ear. He lit it and blew the smoke into the air. "Right, mon Vogler. The last one indeed. And we need officers. God, what do I say? We need one officer. Just one to give the word, to lead, to charge." He sobbed. The tears flowed down into his thick, matted beard. "Just one officer, one." His voice snapped off in mid-air. He stared open-eyed. A trim, boyish figure rose from the trench, sword in hand. He waved it in circles. "Fix bayonets! Charge, my boys, charge!" Lagrange rubbed his eyes. He was utterly bewildered. "But it is the little lieutenant. But he had been kicked out of the regiment." He could not understand it at all. Again he looked at the trim, boyish figure. Then he charged, together with the others, on toward that belching belt of fire. The servant girl knocked at the door twice, 3 times. There was no answer. The landlady came. "Open up there, open up. You can't play possum with the likes of me. You pay your rent today, or—" Suddenly a great fear engulfed her. She called the police. They forced the door open. The Frenchman was dead. A bullet had pierced his heart. No weapon was found in his room. No trace of the assassin was ever found. But the doctor who examined the body shook his head. "Can't account for it," he murmured. "That bullet was fired from a great distance, from a very great distance, and yet there was no hole in window, nor door, nor wall." And then he entered the case in the little book which contained his private collection of inexplicable deaths. The end of To Be Accounted For by Ahmed Abdullah. Recording by Andy Sames.
The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Todd DeSilva. Through the windows of Jim Daly's saloon in the little town of C, the setting sun streamed in yellow patches, lighting up the glasses scattered on the tables and the faces of several men who were gathered near the bar. Farmers mostly they were, with a sprinkling of shopkeepers, while prominent among them was the village editor, and all were discussing a startling piece of news that had spread through the town and its surroundings. The tidings that Walter Stedman, a laborer on Albert Kelsey's ranch, had assaulted and murdered his employer's daughter had reached them, and had spread universal horror among the people. A farmer declared that he had seen the deed committed as he walked through a neighboring lane, and, having always been noted for his cowardice instead of running to the girl's aid, had hailed a party of miners who were returning from their midday meal through a field nearby. When they reached the spot, however, where Stedman, as they supposed, had done his black deed, only the girl lay there, in the stillness of death. Her murderer had taken the opportunity to fly. The party had searched the woods of the Kelsey estate, and just as they were nearing the house itself, the appearance of Walter Stedman, walking in a strangely unsteady manner toward it, made them quicken their pace. He was soon in custody. Although he had protested his innocence of the crime, he said that he had just seen the body himself on his way to the station, and that when they had found him, he was going to the house for help. But they had laughed at his story and had flung him into the tiny, stifling calaboose of the town. What were their proofs? Walter Stedman, a young fellow of about 26, had come from the city to their quiet town, just when times were at their hardest, in search of work. The most of the men living in the town were honest fellows, doing their work faithfully when they could get it. And when they had socially asked Stedman to have a drink with them, he had refused in a rather scornful manner. "That infernal city chap," he was called, and their hate and envy increased in strength when Albert Kelsey had employed him in preference to any of themselves. As time went on, the story of Stedman's admiration for Margaret Kelsey had gone afloat, with the added information that his employer's daughter had repulsed him, saying that she would not marry a common laborer. So Stedman, when this news reached his employer's ears, was discharged, and this, then, was his revenge. For them, these proofs were sufficient to pronounce him guilty. Yet that afternoon, as Stedman crouched on the floor of the calaboose, grew hopeless in the knowledge that no one would believe his story, and that his undeserved punishment would be swift and sure. A tramp, boarding a freight car several miles from the town, sped away from the spot where his crime had been committed, and knew that forever its shadow would follow him. From the tiny window of his prison, Walter Stedman could see the red glow of the heavens that betokened the setting of the sun. So the red sun of his life was soon to set, a life that had been innocent of all crime, and that now was to be ended for a deed that he had never committed. Most prominent of all the visions that swept through his mind was that of Margaret Kelsey, lying, as he had first found her, fresh from the hands of her murderer. But there was another, of a more tender nature. How long he and Margaret had tried to keep their secret until Walter could be promoted to a higher position, so that he could ask her for her hand with no fear of the father's antagonism. Then came the remembrance of an afternoon meeting between the two in the woods of the Kelsey estate. How, just as they were parting, Walter had heard footsteps near them, and glancing sharply around, saw an evil, scowling, murderous face peering through the bush. He had started toward it, but the owner of the countenance had taken himself hurriedly off. The gossiping townspeople had misconstrued this romance, and when Albert Kelsey had heard of this clandestine meeting from the man who was later on to appear as the leader of the mob, and that he had discharged Stedman, they had believed that the young man had formally proposed and had been rejected. But justice had gone wrong, as it had done innumerable times before, and will again. An innocent man was to be hanged, even without the comfort of a trial, while the man who was guilty was free to wander where he would. That autumn night the darkness came quickly, and only the stars did their best to light the scene. A body of men, all masked, and having as a leader one who had ever since Stedman's arrival in town cherished a secret hatred of the young man, dragged Stedman from the calaboose and tramped through the town, defying all, defying even God himself. Along the highway and into the Farmer Brown's cross-cut they went, diligently guarding their prisoner, who, with the lanterns lighting up his haggard face, walked among them with the lagging step of utter hopelessness. "That's a good tree," their leader said, presently stopping and pointing out the spreading oak. When the slipknot was adjusted and Stedman had stepped on the box, he added, "If you've got anything to say, you'd better say it now." "I am innocent. I swear before God," the doomed man answered. "I never took the life of Margaret Kelsey." "Give us your proof," jeered the leader, and when Stedman kept a despairing silence, he laughed shortly. "Ready, men!" he gave the order. The box was kicked aside, and then only a writhing body swung to and fro in the gloom. In front of the men stood their leader, watching the contortions of the body with silent glee. "I tell you a secret, boys," he said suddenly. "I was after that poor murdered girl myself. A damn little chance I had. But by God, he had just as little. A pause. Then, he shunted this earth. Cut him down, you fellows. It's no use, son. I'll give up the blasted thing as a bad job. There's something queer about that there tree. Do you see how its branches balance it? We have to cut the trunk nearly in two, but it won't come down. There's plenty of others around. We'll take one of them. If I'd a long rope with me, I'd get that tree down, and yet the way the thing stands, it would be risking a fellow's life to climb it. It's got the devil in it, sure. So old Farmer Brown shuddered his axe and made for another tree, his son following. They had sawed and chopped and chopped and sawed, and yet the tall white oak, with its branches juddering out almost as regularly as if done by the work of a machine, stood straight and firm. Farmer Brown, well known for his weak, cowardly spirit, who in beholding the murderer of Albert Kelsey's daughter had, in his fright, mistaken the criminal, now in his superstition let the oak stand, because its well-balanced position saved it from falling, when other trees would have been down, and so this tree, the same one to which an innocent man had been hanged, was left, for other work. It was a bleak, rainy night, such a night as can be found only in central California. The wind howled like 1,000 demons and lashed the trees together in wild embraces. Now and then the weird hoot hoot of an owl came softly from the distance in lulls of the storm, while the barking of coyotes woke the echoes of the hills into sounds like fiendish laughter. In the wind and rain a man fought his path through the bush and into Farmer Brown's crosscut, as the shortest way home. Suddenly he stopped, trembling, as if held by some unseen impulse. Before him rose the white oak, wavering and swaying in the storm. Good God, it's the tree I swung Stedman from, he cried, and a strange fear thrilled him. His eyes were fixed on it, held by some undefinable fascination. Yes, there on one of the longest branches a small piece of rope still dangled. And then, to the murderer's excited vision, this rope seemed to lengthen, to form at the end into a slipknot, a knot that encircled a purple neck, while below it writhed and swayed the body of a man. Damn him, he muttered, starting toward the hanging form, as if about to help the rope in its work of strangulation. Will he forever follow me? And yet he deserved it. The black-hearted villain. He took her life. He never finished the sentence. The white oak, towering above him in its strength, seemed to grow like a frenzied living creature. There was a sudden splitting sound. Then came a crash, and under the fallen tree lay Stedman's murderer, crushed and mangled. From between the broken trunk and the stump that was left, a gray, dim shape sprang out and sped past the man's still form, away into the wild blackness of the night. End of recording.